Please be seated. Honorable members, I've been informed that the whip party has agreed that there will be no notice of motion or motion without notice except motions on the order paper. The first motion on the order paper is printed in the name of the Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Order members.
Chairperson, thank you very much for this opportunity. Our draft resolution reads as follows: that notwithstanding Rule 247, subsection 1, which provides that a sitting of the Council will be dedicated for oral questions, the Council considers the draft resolution on the re-establishment of the ad hoc joint committee on the appointment of the board members to the National Youth Development Agency. Chairperson, secondly, draft resolution, must I go on, Chair? One at a time. Chairperson.
Chief Whip, it's fine. We're dealing with the first one. Then
Thank
I'll
you.
give you the opportunity when we're dealing with the second
to
one.
read again.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Thank you, House Chair.
As there is no speakers list, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to as the decision is dealt with in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. I shall first ascertain whether heads of delegation are present in the chamber to cast their province's votes. Are you present? In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote if they so wish. Thank you. I'll now call upon provinces. Eastern Cape.
Inkosi Chair, Eastern Cape iyaxhasa.
Free State.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo wa Free State ya dumela.
Gauteng.
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal support chair.
Limpopo.
Limpopo e dumellana le yona.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga agrees, Chair.
Northern Cape.
Kapa Bokone ya amogela, Chair.
Northwest.
We agree, Chair.
Western Cape.
Agrees.
9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now come to the second motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
House Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. Our draft resolution number 2 reads as follows: that the Council 1 notes the resolution of 23rd February 2016, which established an ad hoc joint committee on the appointment of board members to the National Youth Development Agency, which hereinafter will be referred to as the Committee B. Joint Rule 138, subsection 5A, which provides that an ad hoc joint committee ceases to exist when it has completed the task for which it was established, and C, that the committee had ceased to exist on the 24th May 2016 after it completed its task for which it was established and reported to the Assembly. 2, that the House should resolve, subject to the concurrence of the National Assembly, to re-establish the ad hoc joint committee on the appointment of the board members to the National Youth Development Agency with the same composition, membership, mandate, and powers as its predecessor. 3, instructs the committee to incorporate in its work the proceedings and all the work of the previous committee. And lastly, Chair, 4, says the deadline by which the committee is to report to 7th December 2016. I move accordingly, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chief Whip. As there is no speakers list, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to as the decision is dealt with in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. I shall first ascertain whether the delegation heads are present. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. I now call upon provinces to come to the voting part. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape iyayiqhasa sihlalo.
Free State,
Free State ya dumela Chairperson.
Gauteng,
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal support, Chair.
Popo,
Limpopo ere A.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga agrees.
Northern Cape,
Kapa Bokone ya dumela Chair.
Northwest,
Rona supporter, Chair.
Western Cape.
Agrees.
9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion as agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Before we proceed to questions, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome ministers, deputy ministers in this chamber. Today, we are continuing with the economic cluster. Honorable members, we'll be starting with question 247 asked by Honorable Mtetwa to the Minister of Economic Development, Minister Patel.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and good afternoon to the honorable members and to my colleagues. I want to agree with Honorable Mtetwa that illegal imports threaten local industries and jobs. Unscrupulous importers smuggle products into South Africa using a range of methods. For example, they falsify the import documentation. So something that may be declared as one product carrying a smaller tariff, in fact, is another product. Or they misdeclare the value of the product. Or they say the goods are destined for a neighboring country, comes through the port of Durban, and it's redirected. That threatens South African jobs. In addition to that, some goods are imported legally, but they are very cheap. And the combination of cheap imports and illegal imports is an enormous challenge for industry. There are things we're doing to address this, and I'm going to highlight, honorable members, 6 ways in which we're dealing with this challenge. The first of this is to inspect more containers so that we determine that what is on the paperwork and what is in the container is in fact aligned. If they say it's a car, it is a car. When they say it's clothing, it is clothing. The second thing we're doing now to discourage acts of illegality is we're monitoring the price on the paperwork. If it is suspiciously low, then SARS does a thorough investigation. I want to give the example of suits. Something like perhaps 5-6 years ago in 2011, a suit, the average price of suits landed in South Africa was 134 Rand per suit. Now you know you're not going to be able to buy a suit for 134 Rand. So SARS began to crack down and say, but hang on, I know this is what's on your invoice, but is it true? Slowly the importers realized we're onto them. Today, in 2015, the average landed price of a suit was 208 Rand. Still very low, but at least a 55% increase in the declared value. So slowly we're beginning now to get importers to declare more honestly because then our systems are in place. Third, because some prices are subsidized by other countries, they sell basically below the cost of production, we introduce something called an anti-dumping duty. What it is, honorable members, call it a special tax to ensure that the actual landed price that goes into the retail chain is higher than the declared price. And I want to give the example of cement. Cement imports from Pakistan took off a couple years ago, and we discovered that the price was just so low that you couldn't make cement at that price. And we slapped on an anti-dumping duty, and that has now significantly decreased the level of cement imports from Pakistan. In fact, it halved in 2014 compared to 2015. The fourth thing that we're doing is we're strengthening the laws. We've published in 2014 the Customs Duty Act and the Customs Control Act. SARS is getting their systems in place. Once the acts come into effect, they basically will provide for tougher measures. For example, imprisonment. For example, much higher fines and penalties. For example, holding the retail chain responsible and liable for illegal imports. The fifth thing that we're doing is where goods are coming in cheaply, but there's nothing illegal about it. It's a challenge to our competitiveness. And so we are putting some money into some sectors, clothing and textiles. We're helping to improve the competitiveness of that sector through investment in people, skills development, as well as investment in technology. And over the last few years, honorable members would be pleased to know that, in fact, we've reduced the level of job losses in the sector. It was 15,000 to 20,000 jobs lost every year. Today, it's stable. In fact, a year ago, there was a small increase in jobs in the sector. Finally, honorable members, a well-focused buy local campaign can be enormously helpful, instilling pride in locally made goods and reducing the level of imports. We've now published regulations that require every public entity, including Parliament, when it buys T-shirts or caps or anything like that, to buy it from South African manufacturers. But there's more that we can do as citizens to support local industry. Last year, during the budget vote on economic development, Honourable Chairperson, we had a few sewing machines installed here in Parliament, first time in the history of Parliament. And we brought with those sewing machines workers, clothing workers. For example, Nosipo Kayana. For example, Sonia Smith. These were garment workers who were stitching clothing with pride, creating jobs in South Africa, and wanting all South Africans to wear their clothing. So those are 6 measures that we're taking to deal with the problem of imports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the answer that you have deliberated right now. But my question is, because I didn't hear including this, there is this big containers of second-hand clothes that are coming from overseas, and they're flooding the market throughout South Africa. When we walk our streets in Durban, you find these clothes, and people are buying these clothes very cheap. A dress is about 50 rand, 70 rand each, and it's destroying the industry, the clothing industry in our country. What the plans do you have in order to curb this scourge of industry that is destroying our country? Thank you.
Thank you. You must also use an example of a trouser, not only a dress. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that supplementary question. Honourable Member, the question of imports of second-hand clothing is a challenge both in South Africa and indeed elsewhere on the continent. What often happens is charity organizations in Europe or the United States collect clothing, saying it's going to be used to support and help Africans who don't have clothes. That then is bought by commercial operators in many cases. Those commercial operators bring it into the country. Sometimes they apply for what is called a rebate on duty, a request that we don't even charge a tariff. Once it comes into the country, it is sold in the market like any other commodity, exactly what the Honourable Member has witnessed. So what do we do about this? A few years ago, we introduced a requirement that any import of second-hand clothing must be via a permit. You can't simply bring it into the country. It's got to be via a permit. If indeed, Honourable Member, you've seen a rise in the level of second-hand clothing in the eThekwini area, perhaps even in other urban areas, I will put together some information from ITAC. We have 4 inspectors in ITAC. They look at a few sensitive products. Second-hand clothing is an example. And I would be very happy to provide that information to the member and also for it to be published in Hansard so other members would have access to that information. So that's the commitment I make. But let me conclude on that. Government can do some things, and we need to do our things better. We need to make sure that the borders are properly policed, that goods that come in pay the applicable taxes, and if permits are required, that they are in fact processed. But at the end of the day, we also have to mobilize public opinion, exactly, Honourable Member, as you've done now, by explaining the connection. Because when a consumer sees a bargain, something, perhaps I'm going to use a shirt, Honourable Chair, as the example. I'm not going to go anywhere else on this one. On the shirt, if they see a cheap shirt being sold for 60 Rand, they think that's great. The human story that can in fact plunge some of the poorest workers in the country out of a job is not often realized. That is where Parliament, that's where government, ourselves as cabinet members, can play an important advocacy role. The law can only do so much. We must build public support for the application of our law. And that would be what I would leave the Honourable Member with. Thank you.
Honourable members, let me remind all of you, I'm not going to be dealing with people that are not alert. We'll be moving. So it's a supplementary questions. I don't see hands. And once I say, Honourable Minister, we're going to the next question, I don't want somebody to say, no, you just left me. The second thing, the Honourable Minister, you have got 5 minutes to respond to the original question. When dealing with a supplementary one, you have got 4 minutes. And when dealing with your supplementary question, you have got 2 minutes. If you do your preamble and taking much time beyond 2 minutes, I'll be dealing with time here. So now we don't have an afterthought. I'm inviting Honourable Minister to respond to question 278 from Honourable Lond. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. May I thank Honourable Lond for the question that deals with the challenges in the South African economy and the question of the steps we're taking. So let me start by contextualizing what has happened to the economy in recent months. Over the last 6 months, we've been buffeted by a combination of global environment that is not conducive to fast growth. And in fact, Honourable Members would see that growth rates across the African continent has been adjusted downwards. In fact, there's clear evidence that a number of African economies are teetering on the brink of recession. So what are we doing about that? I want to highlight 3 or 4 key interventions. The first intervention is investment in infrastructure. When the state pumps money into infrastructure development, it's what an economist will call a counter-cyclical measure. You see your car is slowing down, you give it an injection of, in this case, fuel. So Minister Gordon, in the medium-term budget policy statement, indicated the increase in the level of public sector investment in infrastructure like transport, telecommunications, water, energy, and other core drivers of the economy. Secondly, it's investment that's facilitated through industrial funding that the state has access to. We have a corporation, the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, and its decisions is quite critical because it partners with the private sector in bringing investment into the economy. My colleague, Minister Jumat Peterson, will be speaking later, but through the efforts of her department on renewable energy, the IDC has supported a number of projects, and that has brought liquidity into the economy, and we now expect more of that will be done. Now, in this past 12 months, the IDC has approved, honorable members, something like 14.5 billion rand of fresh investment. That is just IDC money. Obviously, its partners also bring some money in, and we can begin to expect in the next 12 to 18 months that that investment approvals will convert to the building of new factories and the expansion of factories. Example of that, I went to Nelson Mandela Bay not very long ago to do a sod turning in a big auto plant that will be built there, the first new light vehicle auto plant in 40 years in South Africa. It's, the counterparty is Beijing Automotive International Group, and that investment will start off as a 4.5 billion rand investment, and it will grow hopefully to about 11 billion rand. The third example I want to give is in competition policy. Part of how one reignites growth is to combat cartels, monopolies, collusion in the private sector, and help to ensure that, in fact, we have a competitive industry, that smaller businesses can find a platform and can come in. And there's a number of measures that the competition authorities have launched, investigating cartels, finding them, and from the 1st of May this year, we've introduced legislation that makes it a criminal offense, subject to 10 years imprisonment for colluding and acting corruptly in sectors such as these. Finally, given the time, I want to emphasize also the importance of expanding South African markets and markets for South African-made goods. So we're working very hard now with 25 other African countries to create a free trade area that will cover 600 million consumers. Once we are able to finalize the terms and agree to that, it will expand very, very significantly the market for South African goods. Many foreign investors are quite interested in this, and they would see that as a spur to expand their South African manufacturing operations, targeting at the demand elsewhere on the African continent. So there are 4 interventions to try to ensure that the downward slope of economic growth is reversed and that we reignite growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Lond.
Good day, Honourable Minister, and thank you for your response. Minister, you have listed now numerous steps that your department has taken to ensure economic growth, or at least prevent the further slide. And yet, as an emerging economy, and in fact, not just an emerging economy in the world, but actually should be a leading economy in Africa, we should show better growth than what we are doing at the moment. And the projected growth of 0.5, as recently projected by the Treasury, is just not enough to address the unemployment that we have in South Africa. Now, from your answers, it appears that you are trying your best, yet the results are not really showing in terms of the economic growth and also in terms of converting that into jobs for South Africans. Now, many economists and commentators have said that one of the main reasons why we are not achieving the desired growth and also getting more investors on top of those that's currently investing is because of our political instability that we currently have in the country. Would it be fair to say that your department, with all these incentives that you are currently putting in place, are actually doing damage control and not economic growth based on the current economic or the political climate, and when we should in fact, with your department, take the lead in Africa and not just do the damage control that what you are doing at the moment?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start, Honourable Lond, by saying that if we look at the growth profile across the African continent, we see in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Angola, in a number of other African countries, exactly the same downward line on growth. In fact, if we look also at Brazil, Russia, they are 2 quite important countries because they both are commodity-driven economies like our one. Then we see a similar pattern. And that pattern has at its heart what happened in 2008. With the meltdown on Wall Street, honorable members will recall at the time, the global financial crisis, China stepped up at the end of 2008. And they knew that if the global economy was to go into a deep recession, it would be an enormously expensive cost to the Chinese economy. So they essentially converted a lot of their surplus resources into infrastructure investment. They expanded their energy plants, they built more roads, they did big dams and canals and so on. And that infrastructure program led to a significant increase in the demand for commodities, for things like iron ore, manganese, coal, and so on. South Africa benefited from that. Nigeria benefited, Angola benefited, because those are two oil-rich economies. And we, in particular, if you look at what happened to iron ore and coal, they just went through the roof. However, about a year ago, China rebalanced its economy. It recognized it could not continue to invest at the levels that it was investing in infrastructure. And as it pivoted to what it called a domestic strategy, investing more in education, healthcare services, and so on, demand for iron ore and for coal dropped. We are paying the price for that. And the lesson out of that for us is we've got to work harder to rebalance our economy, not to be exporters of raw materials to the extent that we have. So there's a few steps we've taken, and I'm very happy to share with the members what those steps are that we are taking to ensure that we have a more balanced economy. Having said all of that, there's no question that the political economy does matter in creating an investment environment that's conducive. So we've got to work on all these fronts to be able to ensure that we deal with our challenges, whether they are induced by global developments, like the change in commodity prices, or in the South African political economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, thank you so much. Minister, it's true that two of the biggest African economies that are competing with us are also on the downward trend. In fact, domestically and globally, there has been a World Bank slow projection of the economic growth throughout the world. And we are not exceptions, because global and domestic pressures are we are all trying to navigate through them. What is important is that what we should recognize is that South Africa, over the last recent quarter, has been able to register a trade surplus, which is quite a positive on our part. Are we looking into investing more into infrastructural development so that we build on such a positive? Because in my own view, if you don't have economic growth, you can't stimulate consumption. If you can't stimulate consumption, you can't have revenue generation mechanism to invest into a developmental path that you want to pursue. Are we, in your own view, in the right trajectory that we are trying to pursue by building the export base so that we can regularize our trade balance? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. I would make 3 points, and they come down to we are taking the right steps, but we need to do even more of it. When commentators were surprised by the rise in our GDP, when everybody had predicted that we would go into recession, what became very evident is a significant driver of that quarterly growth was manufacturing, and in particular, exports to the rest of the continent. So even though African business conditions on the continent is not as strong, as pro-growth, as robust as it was a year or two ago, South African manufacturers are finding ways to get into that. So I think that's the first point I want to make. Having made that point, I think a lot can happen and a lot more can be done in the domestic economy. 20 years ago, everybody talked about an export-led model of growth. But when everybody is exporting, you soon get to the point where you have a crisis of overproduction. In the steel industry, for example, we sit now with a global glut, we've got to look at domestic opportunities. We've got to find ways in which we stimulate domestic demand. Now, how can we do that? One way is to deal exactly with Honorable Tetwa's earlier question on illegal imports. If we can displace imports from elsewhere in the world with locally manufactured goods, that is a source of production growth. So in addition to exports, you want to be able to sell more of your goods in your domestic economy too. And I want to use the example of Ford Motor Company. They produce vehicles in Tshwane, and one of it is the Ford Ranger bakkie. And today, that plant relies for a big part of its expanding market on selling bakkies to the rest of the continent. 1 out of 5 vehicles coming out of that plant is sold elsewhere on the African continent. But you're only able to produce that 1 out of 5 if you also have a market for 4 out of the 5. And so you've got to be able to sell in your domestic market and use some of the efficiencies to build an export line. And then the third area that I want to focus on is that some of our development programs are not only good from a development point of view, from a social welfare point of view, but they can also act as a spur to growth. An example of that is when we invest heavily in education, the individuals benefit through literacy, numeracy, and so on, but it's also a core investment in the economy. But also when we deal with issues of poverty, when we have rural development programs, by providing water and transport in a rural area, you bring the rural poor into the economy, into the mainstream economy. So it's on all 3 fronts. Exports, yes, very important, but also the domestic market, and also development programs that bring more South Africans into the economic mainstream, which ultimately is critical to trying to push up our GDP numbers and our employment numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I wanted to ask from the Minister, after this 20 years of democracy, I don't know whether I'm going to be emotional around this, but I want to apologize if I sound emotional. The issue of a program of IDZs has a concentration of East London, and the development of uplifting the economy has a concentration of Port Elizabeth. There's another portion that is along the seabelt, starts from Butterworth, Aidukwa towards Port St. John's. If these programs are concentrated towards the seabelt, what research is in place to analyze a framework to establish an industrial zone within that belt of Transkei? Secondly, the population, it differs, and the economic suffering differs. But there's this program of malls, and that program of malls is part of economic development. My question is, what is the beneficiation to the people who are serving there from the rural areas? Thanks.
Honorable, okay, let me make a general appeal to all of you. A supplementary question should be linked to the original question, but it's entirely up to you, Minister, if you want to comment.
Thank you very much. Let me comment very briefly, and thank you for that remark, Chairperson. First, on the question of our IDZ program, we've now expanded it to special economic zones and special economic zones will not be limited only to the sea belt. We've left it now to each province to look at its provincial profiles and identify what it believes to be the most necessary area to locate a special economic zone. And in the case of the Eastern Cape, it's now up to the Eastern Cape government to make the choice out of all the many important areas, which one would it put first into the queue. If there's a little bit more time, we can deal with, there is a question later that will deal more specifically with Dimbaza, and I'll come back to the Eastern Cape when I deal with that. Secondly, on the shopping malls issue, if I understood the question correctly, it's really about what opportunities are there for local players in the shopping malls. Now, shopping malls have become a much bigger part of the South African retail landscape. And while they offer consumers greater choice, you can go to many different shops in one area, they have also competed with smaller retailers in townships and elsewhere. And there's been a number of complaints about the impact of shopping malls on the retail sector, particularly small retailers. Combined with that has been a further problem, and that is shopping malls appear to have leasing arrangements that would, it is argued, that tends to favor the larger retailers. So what we're doing about this, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, is the Competition Commission will be having a market inquiry where it will look very carefully at shopping malls and township retail. And Honourable Members and the constituencies that Honourable Members represent will be entitled to make that representation to the market inquiry. It will be chaired by Professor Halton Cheadle, a very well-known professor in law. And based on the evidence that come out, there may well be recommendations on policy that is put to government that would then be dealt with. And of course, it would be great to also bring that recommendations to the National Council and provinces, because it's at the provincial level that many of those problems manifest themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 274, asked by Honorable Kaula. 274.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula, for your question. Honorable Kaula's question goes to the issue of job losses. Now, there are two surveys that government uses to measure unemployment levels. The one is the quarterly employment survey, and that is a survey of businesses themselves. And that shows that over the 6-month period, there's been something of the order of 70,000 job losses. But if we take the much bigger survey, which is the quarterly labor force survey, where Stats SA people go knocking on doors and asking individual householders whether they are employed or unemployed, and compare that results, then the total increases to 473,000. So what we've done is we've broken this down. We've tried to say, where are the job losses taking place and why has it taken place? The biggest set of job losses is in the retail sector. Some 144,000 jobs were lost in retail over this period. Now, we expect some degree of job losses normally in the first quarter in retail. And the reason is simple. The big stores and the shopping malls and so on all boost their employment for Christmas sales. So they take on more people in December. And generally, they have people only for that December period, and they tend to shed labor in January and February. So over the last couple of years, we've always lost jobs in wholesale and retail when it comes to the first quarter. We then tend to recover that from the second to the fourth quarter. So we're watching this very, very closely to see what will happen in the third quarter. Will we recover some of those jobs? And will, by December, will we have increased the number of jobs? And so if we don't, if by the third quarter it remains flat, And if consumer demand is down by December, then we're going to have a net job loss for the year. But the jury is still out on that. The second one is government. Jobs in government shrunk, according to the Quarterly Labour Force Survey, by some 81,000 jobs. We've looked at the different provinces to see how one breaks this down, and it makes for very interesting reading when one does. The single biggest set of job losses in that period in the government sector appears to be in KwaZulu-Natal, followed with the second biggest one of your top provinces to be Western Cape. There are two provinces that had job growth. I've just taken 4 provinces as my sample. I've taken Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KZN, and Gauteng. And of those 4, 2 of them grew, but very slightly. Eastern Cape only added 5,000 jobs in this 6-month period. Gauteng only added 4,000 jobs. If you then take into account that Western Cape lost some 16,000 government jobs, and KwaZulu-Natal appears to have lost some 48,000 government jobs, you've had a net reduction in government jobs. If the NCOP honourable members are interested, we can do a more detailed analysis for the Select Committee when we do the annual report of the Economic Development Department, just perhaps as a slide or 2 to show what has happened at provincial level with jobs in the last 6 months and the last 12 months. Now, there are, of course, a few other areas that there's also been job losses. Business sector, construction has slowed down, and those have contributed to job losses. They talk to the earlier question that Honourable Lont raised, because there's a relationship between economic growth and jobs growth. When the economy slows down, then it can result either in very modest jobs growth or, in fact, job shedding. So that's why an important part of what we need to do is to reignite economic growth, and the medium-term budget policy statement sets out coherently from government's point of view what are some of the key things that we will be dealing with. If in the supplementary questions there is a space, I would like to perhaps expand a little bit on this. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Kaula.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, let me start with your offer. We would appreciate the detailed analysis when you present your annual report. My chairperson here of the committee, select committee, is nodding, is agreeing with me. And the second one, Honourable Minister, it's exactly where you are. You have touched on to say, can you just elaborate on how government plans to reignite? Because when jobs get lost, when jobs get lost, we get consent, especially in the IFP. You know, we are a party of the people. We represent the people. We are very concerned when the people suffer, and government is there to serve the people. And my job is to make you minister, serve the people. My job right now is to find out from you, how do you plan to recoup what has been lost? It's not a responsibility of your department alone. It's a responsibility of government and the private sector. What plan is there in the long term? Because like you are saying, we cannot be focusing on the short terms. In the long run, what plans are there to ensure that we recoup whatever gets lost to the people? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for that supplementary question. And I would start by making an observation, because I think the issue of the short term and the long term is quite important. If we take the last 6 months, it's clear we've had quite a sharp reduction in employment. If we take the period from October 2010, when government adopted a number of jobs drivers, so you take that much longer period, what has happened over that period, honourable members, is employment grew by a net 1.9 million additional workers. So you've had quite robust jobs growth over the period as a whole, with a sharp reduction in the last 6 months. In fact, I would venture that probably the last 6 months must be one of the biggest periods of job reduction in that period. Coming then to what are we going to do? I'm going to identify 5 areas that we're doing currently, but there's a much longer list. And they're all underpinned by the 9-point plan that government announced. That 9-point plan says there are concrete things we can do in the economy to grow jobs. The first one is infrastructure, and I want to illustrate it. I went to Saldanha recently and worked there on, and it will come to the next question, on infrastructure projects that can take off. And in one of the later questions, I'm asked a question on infrastructure. I'll tie the reply there. Second thing is we're engaging with investors, with businesses, both domestic investors and foreign investors, to identify opportunities for growth in the economy. The example I gave of the auto plant that will be set up in Nelson Mandela Bay illustrates that. But we're doing something more than simply attracting investment. We're now saying, how can we encourage those investors to localize their supply chain? Instead of assembling cars simply with imported products, how can we make more bumpers and windscreens and gearboxes and engine blocks and door panels and doors themselves and perhaps even the electronics of vehicles in South Africa, because that creates jobs. The third thing that we're doing now is we're trying to attract new sectors to the South African economy. Some in very traditional industries, some in new industries. Let me take a traditional industry that I'm sure the IFP and the other parties would appreciate. 5 years ago, all taxis in South Africa, all new taxis were imported. We sat down with Toyota and later with a company called Beijing Auto Works, and we said to them, how can we ensure that we build taxis on the African continent? Today, we now have taxi production here in South Africa. And in fact, eThekwini is a major supplier of taxis to the market. The fourth area, and I see the applause for that step crosses all party lines. The fourth area is public employment programs. It's what you call the EPWPs. They begin to deal with some of your short-term employment challenges, but ultimately we need to do more to draw investment into your food value chain, in the beneficiation of South Africa's mineral supplies, and there's an initiative we launched around fuel cells. We're the world's biggest producer of platinum. World's biggest producer of platinum. But when the car industry globally went into difficulty, when demand began to drop, demand for platinum also declined. The big users of platinum are the car industry. They do something called a catalytic converter with it. And the second one is the jewelry industry, who makes platinum rings and so on. Now, we can't change what happens globally to the car industry. But we can begin to invest, to find new users for platinum. So we're now co-investing and supporting the development of technology that uses platinum to generate energy. And again, I have the Minister of Energy next to me. She may well want to also add later on this, but we've got a few pilot projects now where people are using platinum. If we can bring that price down through advances in the technology, we can expand demand for platinum, which will help to lift jobs and growth in the South African economy. So those are a few concrete examples of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, we now come to question 248, asked by Honourable Motara.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mutara, for your question. Yes, indeed. Let me contextualize infrastructure. In the 1970s, the state underinvested in economic infrastructure, partly because it dealt with a small part of the population. Many South Africans were living in the old Bantustans. And secondly, by the late 70s, early 80s, more and more of the national budget under apartheid went to military spending. So we inherited a challenge with infrastructure. In the early years of the new democracy, we invested heavily in infrastructure, but mainly in social infrastructure, houses, connecting houses to electricity and so on. For the past perhaps 8 years or so, maybe 9 years, we began to invest much more heavily in core economic infrastructure, which is what your question relates to. But in the first half of it, it was stimulated by the 2010 World Cup. So we built stadia, we built the Gauteng a freeway improvement program. From about 2010, 2011, more and more of the spending has gone into energy, into water, and into areas like that. So if you look at the budget that Parliament approves, you'll see the infrastructure component of it shows a rising investment spend. Today, we are spending about just over R1 billion per working day in modernizing the South African infrastructure. Unlike 2010, it doesn't always take place in the main cities. A lot of it is rurally based infrastructure. Medupi and Kusile are these massive construction sites, but they're not on the way to the airport. So you don't see them, but they're quite important. The PICC currently tracks about 300 infrastructure projects, and there's some very interesting examples of them. In the last financial year alone, we built 150 schools, 30 clinics, and we connected some 250,000 houses to the electricity grid. I've got some data here on the roads that we paved and the transmission lines that we did. We also built 2 large dams. Ports were extended. I spoke earlier about Saldanha, eThekwini, and the port of Ngqura. And I want to use electricity to illustrate how significant this is. The first electricity was connected in South Africa in the year 1892. I think it's before any of us were born. Between that year and 1996, which is the first census in the democracy, 5.2 million homes were connected to the energy grid. From 1996 to date, an additional more than 7.5 million homes were connected to the grid. In other words, in less than 20 years of democracy, we did significantly more than 106 years under apartheid and colonialism. But we need to do even more to deal with the backlogs. And so one of the key steps is to address infrastructure spending. The Minister of Finance announced in the medium-term budget policy statement that over the next 3 years, government will be investing directly and through the partnerships that we enter into more than 900 billion rand in infrastructure. So that shows that we've had historical backlogs. We've begun to address those backlogs quite strongly. We haven't completed the program. There's more that needs to be done. And we've had to supplement the deep and significant spending on social infrastructure with new spending on core economic infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mutara.
Thank you for your response, Minister. Minister, given that government alone cannot fund all the infrastructure projects, to what extent has your department received, or your co-departments received private partners to expand public infrastructure spend? And you don't have to give monetary values, but is there an indication of intent by the private sector to join government towards infrastructure investment and maintenance spending?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Government is expanding the envelope of public infrastructure spend. So in other words, the amount of money that the fiscus is making available. As Cabinet, through the medium-term budget policy statement, we've sent a signal to markets that we want to change the composition of spending and redirect spending away from consumption to investment, because this is the planting of the seeds in an economy. But we also see enormous opportunities for partnerships with the private sector. In fact, we have one example of private sector partnership. I don't know, all my examples today are energy examples because the minister is sitting next to me and she's making sure that I keep energy on the radar. But the IPP program on renewable energy is one where private investors and government has come to build solar plants, wind farms, and one hydro energy plant. This program is an interesting partnership because in addition to foreign investors, we've had South African banks coming to the party, and indeed public institutions like the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, and the DBSA have also co-invested. In fact, the IDC exposure to the renewable energy program is probably of the order of 15 billion rand. That's an enormous sum of money that is made available to ensure that we don't rely only on the fiscus to finance infrastructure. We're now looking at a few other areas. Where can we do it? But some of the challenges of private investors obviously will only invest when the return justifies that investment. And so the state has to balance what the increased cost will be of using a road through tolling or using water through the tariff against bringing that extra capital in. So it's a balancing act where we try to make sure that we balance these things carefully. My final point on the question of partnerships and expanding infrastructure is it's not all about money. In fact, very often a constraint in infrastructure spending is not fundamentally founded on the absence of capital. It's because sometimes we don't have the requisite technical skills to move a project quickly from conception to execution. So those would be engineers, project managers, procurement specialists, quantity surveyors, and so on, that can come in and package the projects so that they are capable of being bankable. In other words, we can go to capital markets and raise money for them. Or alternatively, they can be monitored, because you can't take a massive investment project and simply approve it without seeing how you will finance it. Not only the building of it, but the operation and maintenance of it. So we're now looking at how we can improve that technical capability in government. The PICC and the National Treasury is working closely together at the request of Cabinet to see how we can put together better and additional technical skills to help shift and lift the rate of public investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Hattin.
Thank you, Chair. Also, thank you for the putting into context the economic infrastructure investment over the years. Although the 1892 and the investment after that doesn't really make sense, but you can do with statistics anything. I would like to have known how many, in this sample that the minister analyzed, how many houses were there actually in 1892. But that's for another day. Honourable Chair, I would like to know, and
Order, members.
we would like to know.
Honourable members, order. Honourable Hattin, you are protected. Honourable Mhlashuping.
I would like to know, in the context of infrastructure and investment, and also the reference was made to public-private partnerships, what effect does the current economic instability in our country, the threat of another credit rating downgrade, allegations of fraud, corruption, state capture, etc., have on prospective investment in South Africa, and are steps being taken to counter this, to mitigate these effects? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. And Honourable Hattin, thank you for that. Let me start with the 1892 issue because it's actually very important. We've compared the number of households connected from the first time when the first house was connected, which happens, by the way, to be in Cape Town, over 106 years. In other words, we're not saying how many houses were connected in 1892. We said for that entire 106 years. At the end of 106 years, there were only 5.2 million homes connected to the electricity grid. I would encourage perhaps Honourable Ating to ask even the Honourable members sitting here today. Many of the Honourable members sitting here today, if they can just for a moment go back 25 years ago to 1990, let's even say 1990, you will find that many Honourable members sitting here were living in townships without any electricity. Soweto was still known as Dark City. It was known as Dark City. Today, if you drive through Soweto, you see the benefits of urban development, electricity, water, and so on. So we must all parties must celebrate what the democracy is achieving. It's our common heritage. It's something we can all say, fantastic. That doesn't mean we mustn't do even more. Because when we say we've done a lot, it does not take away the responsibility to do even more as we go forward. So I want to go briefly forward by looking at the economic environment, the question of credit rating, and so on. I'll start with the credit rating issue. It is important for us to maintain the best possible credit rating, and there's a reason for it. Your credit rating determines the cost of your capital. In other words, what is the interest rate that is charged on the money that you borrow, both in the domestic market and in global markets. So it's important for us that we interact with credit ratings to be able to show them what our fundamentals are like. The other day, the IDC was subject to a review by Fitch, one of the credit rating agencies, and I sat down with Fitch and I took them through the IDC's financials, where it was strong, where there were challenges, and we pointed out in the case of the IDC, it had strong governance arrangements. There was no question raised about corruption or anything like that in respect of the IDC. Fitch came back and reaffirmed the IDC's very strong credit rating. Let me take that then to a country level. At country level, there's no question about it. We all see that it's important to combat corruption in both the public sector and in the private sector. In the public sector, tender fraud. In the private sector, collusion by companies, price fixing, and so on. If we do that, we release resources that can go into investment and that can go into improving the lives of all South Africans. So I think we must have common cause across party lines that corruption is bad for the economy, corruption is bad for the South African people, and we must stand firm against it, whether that corruption takes place in the private sector or in the public sector. Finally, on the issue of the economy, in a global environment where many economies are battling, investors are looking for where can they get the best return and where is there a guarantee that that return and their property will be safe. We have one institution that is particularly important in South Africa. I call it an institution because it's more than just a piece of law. It's the South African Constitution. That Constitution is the bedrock of our government, of our democracy, of the rights of workers, and of the rights of investors, and of the rights of citizens. And so when we point out to foreign investors the protections in that Constitution, that we can't get to a point where power is usurped. There will be democratic elections. There is a free country. The judiciary is independent. They take note of that. They say it is better to invest in an environment like that, even though it's a noisy democracy, even though there are challenges in our political economy that we must deal with. No question about it. But they look beyond the short term. They say, when you have a constitution that protects the rights of everybody, that is the kind of place that we want to invest in. But then they also need secure energy, which is where the investment in power plants, in renewable energy, in the expansion of our energy grid is so important. And then they look at people. They want to see skilled workers in an economy, and investment in education, particularly quality high school education and education through TVET colleges and universities are another aspect to it. So we've got to get all of these right. When we get all of these right, when we improve those, investment flows to economies like that. On these, it's a work in progress. I think we're making progress on some of these, but I also recognize there are challenges in other areas that we must address. So I've attempted to give a very frank response that investors look at that. I was in Davos in January this year, and we met a large number of foreign investors, and their interest was in these details. They wanted to know, will we have a secure energy supply? So based on that, we're working hard. The 9-point plan and the measures that different government departments are taking are all critical to unlocking more investment in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my question is on the issue of starting to invest in the infrastructure, economic infrastructure. I want to know, is this debate across the spheres of government? I'm asking this question because...
Can you bring the mic close to you?
I'm asking this question because I would like to know if the municipalities are already on that mode of investing on that. Conscious of the fact that they do have a lot of backlog in terms of infrastructure, but again, they need to start doing it, because for them to be able to build the economy of their regions and be able to contribute to the GDP of the country, they also need to focus on economic infrastructure. So that's why I am asking the question, Chair. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, Honourable Member. The infrastructure envelope, when we announce 900 billion rand, we don't mean that that is the national budget. That is spread across all three spheres. And here's an interesting little fact about spending on infrastructure. If one takes municipal spending as a whole, municipalities invest more in infrastructure than national government departments. National government is a major player in infrastructure through state-owned companies. If you take state-owned companies out of the equation, municipalities spend more than national departments. Of course, once you add state-owned companies in, because they are a big instrument, then the picture changes, and national government is a very significant driver of infrastructure investment. Core economic infrastructure needs a municipal connection. I want to give the example, a very complex example of the De Hoop Dam. We've built this massive dam in Limpopo. So national government led the program. It's a dam now that is able to supply water to communities and to mines. Now, once you have your dam, you need a water pipeline. So we're building the big water pipeline to the major areas. But from the water pipeline, you need to reticulate water to communities. That is a municipal function. That is a municipal function. And because we haven't done that, an area, the Jane First area, for example, if you look at in the Sekukuni area, many communities there don't have water, even though there's this massive new dam that has been built, and they can see the big water pipelines going past them. So it underscores for us in national government the importance of coordinating the work of municipalities on infrastructure with the work of national government. We can't just leave it and say, well, it's a separate and distinct sphere of government. Yes, of course it is. But if it's not well coordinated, you're going to find these kind of challenges. And therefore, I want to highlight that. One other area, a big part of transport infrastructure is not just these national roads. It's urban transport. It's Rea Vaya in Joburg. It's Arieng in Tshwane. It's my city in Cape Town. Their efforts to learn from global best practice and introduce an incentive of cheaper, faster public transport. If every person who wants to travel in a city aspires to have a car, we may become like Jakarta. Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia, if ever honorable members want to punish an errant member, send them to Jakarta and let them drive from the airport to the inner city during rush hour. It takes hours to get there from one part of the city to the other part. I make that a light-hearted comment, but it's a serious issue. So we've got to improve public transport. And there's much that we can learn from Indonesia, by the way. But I think on the question of urban transport, there are models elsewhere in the world where public transport is the centerpiece and it's supplemented by private transport. Take a city like London. They've invested a lot more in public transport. Anyone who's been to London see how easy it is to move around the city. And on a proportional basis, there are fewer cars in the inner city than even in Johannesburg or Cape Town. So that is municipal investment. Municipalities lead that. And you can see clearly the connection between that and economic growth. And a final point, Honorable Chairperson, I'm squeezing it in and I can see I'm about to be cut off. Those buses, my city buses, Rea Vaya buses, are now being manufactured here in South Africa. Manufactured here. And let me say this thing, in the Rea Vaya buses, who is the key investor in the company called Busmart? It's a black South African, black industrialist. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, you know, any progress in the economy must be sustained. Now, I agree somewhat that, yes, our constitution is there. It is good. But if it's neglected, it's not good. You seem to be economical in your analysis of what rating agencies look at. They look at these things too. They look at a good constitution, but they look at how we deal with our good constitution. They look at institutional abuse. They look at weak leadership. They look at state capture. And this all impact negatively on our economy. And it will hamper our progress. So my question is, as a minister, because you do all you can to grow our economy, and I have the greatest respect for that, because that is a caring government. If you grow the economy, because people will get jobs. But as a minister, what were your proposals? What are your proposals in the economic climate? This is hampering the progress that we are making as South Africans. What are you doing in this? What are you saying? You cannot just keep quiet. Thank you.
Honorable Julius. Honorable Minister, it's an entirely new question, not linked to the original one, but I'll leave it to the Minister to comment if you want to.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I would like to respond, although fairly briefly. And the response to Honorable Julius is to recognize that what I call political economy matters in investment. So all of the issues that you've referred to, economists describe as the political economy of a country. It's also important to say, and I think we need to be fearless about it, that we must act against corruption. We must act against any person who seeks to misuse a public institution. But I also want to highlight the point that rating agencies fundamentally look at one issue. The fundamental thing they look at ultimately is, are you capable of repaying the loans that are made? So they need to see a positive growth story in the economy too. They need to see, obviously, everybody's looking at political factors, economic factors, demographic factors, and so on. But the key for them, ultimately, is what is your growth story? And that's what they say to us when we meet with them. And so South Africa needs to have a credible growth story that can show the economy increasing the rate of growth. That is fundamental. And when I say that, it in no way detracts from the fact that we need to address the challenges in the political economy more generally as part of dealing with creating an environment in which our people have a high degree of faith and confidence in governance and in what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, in terms of the rules of the NCOP, we're supposed now to deal with 269. Unfortunately, no arrangement was made. The member is not in the House. So, honorable members, join me in thanking the Minister and the Deputy Minister for availing themselves to deal with their questions for Department of Economic Development. Thank you. We go straight to the Department of Energy. Honorable Minister, we come to question 260 asked by Honorable Makuwe. 260. Have this mic on? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. To the Honorable Makuwe, I hope I got it correct this time. It should be clearly understood that South Africa is not the builder or the constructor of the Grand Inga project. The Democratic Republic of Congo is a sovereign nation, and they will construct the Grand Inga project, hydroelectricity project. South Africa is an off-taker of that electricity. So we have no jurisdiction over when they procure, how they procure, when they appoint preferred bidders. So the Democratic Republic of Congo has not appointed any preferred bidders. They are still working with preferred developers. And because South Africa is not the constructor of the hydroelectricity dam, we have no control over the time frame in which that dam will be built and the energy will be supplied to South Africa. But needless to say that if the dam, the hydroelectricity project is completed, that energy has to be transported from the Democratic Republic of Congo to South Africa. So it has to come through at least 3 different countries before it reaches South Africa. South Africa on its side is working with the Southern African Power Pool, which includes Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, Angola, and a range of other countries to discuss the integration of the grid for energy supply in the Southern African states. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makuwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Minister, for that reply, which helps in 2 ways. The one is clarifying that the project is led by the Democratic Republic of Congo. But it links to my follow-up question, the second point that you're making about the other countries in the region and the importance of coordinating with these countries where the electricity lines will run through. When we received the report from the Department of Economic Development, of Energy, the Department of Energy.
Yes.
I know it sounds wrong on my tongue. The question that we were raising, Honorable Minister, is that as South Africans and the way we perceive our role within the SADC region, it is going to be important for us not to be seen as a big brother, but also for countries through which these electricity lines would be running to benefit from the project. And you have given us that assurance, which is appreciated. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for that insightful comments and for your question. This is precisely our role in SADC. Honorable members will know that South Africa imports hydroelectricity from the Cahora Bassa Dam in Mozambique. Now, we're quite dependent on the supply of hydroelectricity from the Cahora Bassa Dam. But that's in the northern part of Mozambique. We receive that electricity from Mozambique without the Mozambicans along that transmission route receiving electricity. Now, this does cause quite a lot of disgruntlement and unhappiness, correctly so, from the local people. So our engagement with the SADC region and what we call the Southern African Power Pool is to strengthen the grid so that when we exit or evacuate energy from a particular country, that the communities along that power line is also supplied with energy. So the Department of Energy is assisting the SADC Secretariat in negotiating with the DRC, with Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana. We're also negotiating with Angola, because we should also realize that the DRC has quite a long west to east corridor. So if the dam is going to be closer to Kinshasa, then we will evacuate the energy via Congo, Brazzaville, Angola, Namibia. So there's a western corridor of bringing the hydroelectricity to South Africa, but there's also an eastern corridor, which would then be via Zambia and Zimbabwe and Botswana to South Africa. That would then mean that we would have to take the energy from Kinshasa to the Katanga province, or to the Katanga region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. We are assisting to facilitate the development and preparation of project documents, the project design. We are assisting them with the proposals to develop, operate, and maintain a high voltage direct current HVDC transmission scheme that would be able to deliver energy, at least 2,500 megawatts of energy to South Africa. But the technical aspects of bringing or evacuating that energy from the DRC to South Africa would be, the cost implications of that would be our challenge, and it's what we're assisting them with. Because the technical know-how is step up, step down electricity, and we do not want to be paying an enormous amount of energy, and by the time it gets to South Africa, it doesn't give us value for money. So, Honourable Member, I hope that that answers your question. We cannot speculate about procurement costs and the time, but certainly it would be imperative for the development of the region that we do get the Grand Inga operational and that the project has to start as soon as possible. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Julius.
I thought there's someone else. I wasn't ready. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, there are certain communities in the DRC, about 5 villages, that must be moved in order for this project for this dam to be extended. And I don't think they are happy. So there are a few risks involved. I don't think it's too major at this stage. But noting that South Africa envisaged to procure more than 50%, that is 2,500 megawatt of the 4,800 megawatt of the Inga 3 project, and in view of the suspension of the World Bank's financing of Inga 3, in July this year. What steps have been taken to alleviate the potential loss due to the postponement of the delivery of this 2,500 megawatt of power? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Democratic Republic of Congo is a sovereign country. We are not responsible for the resettlement of communities. So that would not be the responsibility or the business of the Republic of South Africa. However, we have a very strong human rights culture, and of course, we would not want communities to be unnecessarily displaced if we participate in such a project. We are not the funder of the actual building of the dam, so we cannot then provide those kind of assurances to the World Bank or whatever funding institution on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo. South Africa currently has a surplus of energy. So the success of Eskom and the ability of South Africa to bring Kusile and Medupi online has assisted us in creating a surplus of energy right now. Now that is a huge success story. Now that surplus of energy can now be utilized in our smelters, in our mines, in the generation of energy for our economy. You would recall that when we didn't have that supply of energy, we curtailed the demand. Now that we have the supply, we are working on increasing the demand, and that demand of especially our mining sector would be fulfilled. We would like to see a number of our smelters coming online again, because we would be able to deliver energy to them. A secure supply of energy is imperative for business development. Our independent power producer program, which has been the most successful, it's applauded globally that it is the most successful project where a country has brought in the private sector to generate energy. And I think South Africans should claim this as a victory, not because it was delivered by an ANC minister. I think we are absolutely clouded by this nuclear boogeyman or boogie person, that we don't realize that in the meantime, we are the best procurer for renewable energy in the world. The public, well, then we don't also need renewable energy.
Honorable Minister,
Then
don't
we
be
don't
tempted
need
to
gas.
respond to what
No,
is not
but
a question.
This is a very important statement. We must be very careful to say that if we have a surplus of energy, we do not need nuclear energy. We actually do. If we have a surplus of energy, then I should also stop the renewable energy projects. But we are planning for our future. So our future depends on the supply and the demand that can be met, but also demand side management, so that we get the balance between household supply and commercial supply finely tuned and balanced. Our other imperative is also to get our carbon emissions and our carbon credits in a fine balance. And I think we need to spend a little bit more time once members have scrutinized the draft energy resource plan, the integrated resource plan, or the IRP, or the integrated energy plan, which would be made public and which I hope members would scrutinize, send us comments for integration into the IRP and the IEP. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ntebe. No, thanks, Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 250 by Honorable Teplanch. Asked by the Honorable Teplanch, 250.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Our department procured renewable energy from independent power producers or the private sector, and we've procured 6,300 megawatts. 2,800 megawatts of this has already been supplied to the grid. This is a private sector partnership. 1,000 megawatts is under construction because it was procured in different phases. You do recall that we have round 1, round 2, round 3, 3.5, 4. So because we are procuring in different phases, we offer and sign through ESCOM power purchase agreements at different prices. The current operational power plants have managed to produce approximately 11,784 gigawatts to date. In addition to the renewables, we've procured 1,000 megawatts through diesel-fired power plants to address the electricity demand during peak time, morning and evening. 2 power plants were procured in this regard, and both plants are in operation. The first plant started last year on the 30th September 2015, and the other plant commenced operation in September 2016. Honorable members, you should appreciate that a year ago, you were asking me questions about load shedding. This year, we can speak to you about how we've accelerated the generation of electricity in our country through the participation of the private sector. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Blanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I think you can indeed be proud on what you achieved with this, to source additional electricity to our economy and the grid. Just a question on this, what is the difference in cost? On average, between 1 kilowatt power generated by the private suppliers and the same quantity generated by ESCOM. Is there a difference, Minister? Which source is the most beneficial for the economy and then obviously the environment from a pollution perspective? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your questions and your comments. The final determination of our energy mix and the split of energy is what will assist us in determining the variables of price. Round 1 and round 2 of our renewable energy program came in at a very high cost, so it is heavily subsidized through tariffs. However, the latest rounds, because of the development of technology, is coming in very cheap. It's coming in much cheaper. But then the Honorable Member should also take into account that we do not have the technology for the storage capacity of renewable energy, which is solar and wind. So we can only utilize the renewable energy, the solar and the wind energy, for a third of the day. Now that drives up the cost of renewable energy because for 2/3 of the day or the evening, the sun isn't shining or if the wind isn't blowing, we cannot then supply the grid with renewable energy. So that pushes up the cost of renewable energy, but technology is changing. And the storage capacity for wind and solar technology will be developing. Solar PV is coming in quite cheaper, and it is very comparable with other energy sources or energy mixes. In the next 10 years, we'll have to retire at least 6 large coal-fired power stations. Your Grand Dames, your Indrinas, and all those, your huge coal-fired power stations, which would create a challenge for our baseload requirement. So for baseload right now, to have the energy mix between our baseload and the availability of supply, we are not going to be able to build that many coal-fired power stations because we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So if we're not going to rapidly build more coal-fired power stations, then we need an alternative source for baseload. The Integrated Resource Plan, or the IRP, and the IEP will now be published for public comment, and once we've received that inputs, we'll be then fine-tuning the pricing of our future energy mix. For now, the cheapest source of energy to our grid is nuclear energy from Kuburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, question 271, no arrangement was made. That question lapses. The member is not in the House. We go straight to question 261, asked by Honorable Khai. So instead of dealing with 271, you're going to deal with 261.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I have developed an argument today about independent power producers. I'm not going to explain a lot more, but Kanisa and Tabametsi independent power producers are in fact a part of the IRPs or the IPPs. I would not be able to say when we would achieve commercial operation. If we do not achieve commercial operation, there's normally negotiations which we do enter into. We have entered into negotiations with Eskom on the connections of our power IPP projects. You would know that we're negotiating on the power purchase agreements with Eskom. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khai.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, and thank you, Minister. Having listened to the announcement that you made about the two projects, one in Limpopo and the other one in Mpumalanga, it's very impressive in that one, it's going to the construction and the operation altogether creates about 20,000 jobs. But what is also impressive is the fact that it also promotes black economic empowerment, but also it adds about 830 or 63 megawatts to the grid. The question, therefore, whether there is any intention to roll out similar projects in other provinces. Because if you were to calculate this 20,000 just for the two provinces, altogether you'll be talking about 180,000 jobs that will be created just around construction and operations. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, honorable members. I think sometimes it's a bit difficult to sing your own praises, you know. But anyway, thank you for, I didn't do it, you know, in my response, but the honorable member, the two projects we're mentioning in the independent power producers, was the capacity which we determined in terms of the IRP. Now together, the determination will give us 2,500 megawatts of coal-fired plants. I have now given a capacity of 863 megawatts, which will be in operation by 2021. As you said, 20,000 jobs will be created through these two coal-fired power plants. I would then still be left with more than 1,500 electricity under the current 2010 IRP to give to independent power producers. That's just for coal. So certainly we could create more power plants, but because we all anticipating a new IRP, I'm a little bit reluctant to continue at a rapid pace so that I can take into account the figures we have with the new IRP. In respect of our economic development objectives, the preferred bidders have committed to the threshold in terms of local content, South African entity participation, and broad-based black economic empowerment shareholding. The minimum commitments were set in respect of social enterprise and skills development. The local economic development program is quite significant, and the social enterprise development for these programs are quite significant. The IPP programs, which have been developed over the past rounds, the first 3 rounds, they will be generating a return of investment for the community trusts of at least 1 billion rand over 20 years. And we have to plan for that kind of spending in communities so that the money is spent appropriately. But we're working with the Northern Cape government and other governments because many of these trusts will be in the Northern Cape. So Northern Cape, there's quite a lot of work to be done with the communities because we know what happened to trusts. They start fighting immediately, there's money available. So we need to manage what they will spend the money on because some would want it as cash in hand, and I don't think we should be doing that. We should be spending it on economic development projects for the communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now come to question 277 asked by Honourable Keila. 277, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, we have presented the draft integrated resource plan and the draft integrated energy plan to Cabinet. The Minister in the Presidency will be announcing tomorrow that these documents will go out formally for public comments, and those public comments will be taken into account when we finalize the IRP and the IEP. The first stage is the development of a least cost plan, or our base case, based on the promulgated 2010-2030 IRP as a starting base. The second stage of the IRP is to update the policy adjustments, and that then would go back to Cabinet for completion of the IEP and the IRP. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Keila, do you have any follow-up?
Thank you, Minister, for the reply. What are the processes underway towards finalization of the nuclear build project? And with what timeframes are attached to, and how is the project resourced? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Gaylor. Cabinet today has endorsed that Eskom becomes the owner, operator, and procurer of the nuclear power program. And as soon as we have developed the program through Eskom, we'll be able to get back to the NCOP to give you further information. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Hatting.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I would like to ask the Minister, in view of the projected lower electricity demand by 2030, 2030, a reduction from 67,800 megawatts to 61,200 megawatts peak, and that is a reduction of about 6,600 megawatt, due to the aspirational economic growth suggested by the National Development Plan, and this is to reduce unemployment and alleviate poverty, and a shift in economic development away from energy-intensive industries, the potential of shale gas production and future fuel costs, that's gas and coal, versus the uncertainty of nuclear energy costs, and the rapid expansion of renewable energy at very much reduced prices. Would the Department, Cabinet, Government consider postponing the decision to introduce further nuclear energy until after 2025?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Honorable members.
I have explained, and I'll continue explaining the integrated resource plan and the integrated energy plan, which I would like the Honorable Member to scrutinize and to respond to, because this is the period where we'll be taking comments. We need that kind of projections when we do our assumptions for the future. Now, when we have that kind of information, then we determine the different scenarios for growth, the scenarios for a lack of growth, and that scenario planning is the first phase of the integrated resource plan. The planning of nuclear is a long process, which started already during the period of President Mandela. The first white paper on energy, which included the need for nuclear, was developed through the government of President Mandela or the ANC government. The first intergovernmental agreement on nuclear was signed by the then Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2004. So this has been a long program. We've been working on this already since President Mandela was the president. Now, if we agree to the building of the nuclear power plant, it would take us another 5 years of planning the exact detail before we start building. So, if the nuclear power plant starts, it would already be, I think we would have already delayed it quite considerably, and it would take us another at least 5 years before we start building. And by then, the situation could have changed quite radically in our country. Now, this planning is not done by the Department of Energy alone. It is done by a group of experts. I have a ministerial advisory committee, which includes Professor Anton Eberhard, Chris Yelland, who advise me on the future needs for the electricity supply, as well as the energy mix. And those decisions will have to be taken. We can't delay it for much longer. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 263 asked by Honorable Mtimunye. asked by the Honorable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. In the energy space, the green economy has the largest potential to create jobs with a minimal amount of investment. As an example, the regulations promulgated by the department requiring energy users to compile energy management plans relating to their energy usage implies that energy auditors have to be employed in various sectors of the economy in order to produce these energy management plans. The type of jobs that result from this generation are highly qualified skilled jobs which are sustainable into the future. We are also creating a number of jobs for the solar water heating system, but unfortunately the demand is so great and we cannot keep up with the demand. Every member asks me for solar water heaters, but please be patient. We are rolling out the solar water heater program, and we do realize that the solar water heater program has the potential to create job opportunities in the green economy, which will be complemented by the expanded public works program. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Minister, can I dream aloud just to trigger your response? How about green economy being rolled out by 2030 in every township and village through co-ops that will assist create jobs there, co-ops that are run by the local communities, and also assist to bring down the cost of household budget, since we know that in almost every household, the second highest cost is that of electricity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think we are thinking in the same direction. We have implemented a pilot project for especially the electrification of informal settlements. Because when we speak of household electrification or universal access to electricity, we normally calculate the number of houses in your formal settlements and not in your informal settlements. So we've run a very interesting and very successful pilot program for renewable energy or solar energy being provided to your informal settlements. And I think we should honor and recognize Dr. Woolsey Barnard for the significant role he has played in the rollout of household electricity, or our integrated national, INEP, Integrated National Electrification Program. Now, this project was so successful that we can include local women, the youth, and train them in various green energy technologies, including the manufacturing, the installation, the maintenance, and the monitoring of the projects. The solar water heater program was a very successful program, but we didn't train your cooperatives, your youth, or your women in the maintenance or the installation of the heaters. So many of those geysers were installed without the necessary know-how, and a number of those geysers are not working. So if we train the youth or women to do the maintenance of those geysers, firstly, they would have to install it properly, and secondly, they would have to maintain it, and that would create sustainable jobs. So there's a number of projects in clean energy that could create more jobs. The disadvantaged communities are also now being given projects concentrating on biomass, biogas, and solar and wind technologies. Previously disadvantaged South Africans will be given huge opportunities as we unfold this, this program for biomass and biogas. You know, cow dung is free of charge, so turning cow dung into energy will just be a manner of collecting the cow dung. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable members, can you join me in taking this opportunity to thank you, Honorable Minister, for availing yourself to answer a question in the National Council of Provinces. Thank you, Minister. We now come to the Department of Labor. We are welcome, Deputy Minister. Okay, sorry, Honorable Kayla.
Chairperson, it is unfair. You have to deal with these questions properly, that you call a minister to answer one question only. So please, in future.
Not a point of order, Honorable Kayla. Can you take your seat?
Please, it's unfair.
Can you
As
take
you
your
can see,
seat?
members are not interested.
Honorable Kayla.
Some of them are worried about their report, 5 o'clock. The ANC members are sick here, you can see.
Honorable
Thank you.
Kayla, that is not a point of order. Honorable Deputy Minister, we are welcome. Let me invite order members. Honorable Deputy Minister, we're going to go straight to, in terms of our rules, 273. The member is not in the house and he has not made any arrangement. It means that question will lapse. So we'll go straight to question 264, the one that is asked by Honorable Makue. That is why the member is talking about one question, but that was not a point of order. 264.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. Thanks for allowing us as a department to come and share some information on matters pertaining to the department. The Minister is unable to be with us, being involved in an engagement relating to the binational commission with the Republic of Zimbabwe. He is in Zimbabwe today, so she requested me to come and give the response on her behalf. To answer the question from the Honorable Makue, yes, insofar as creating legislative resonance between the Employment Equity Act and the BBBEE Act is concerned, there are plans indeed in place to facilitate cooperation between the Department of Labor and the BBBEE Commission. This is bound to be easy to achieve now that the legal framework is in place. However, despite not having the legislative instrument in the past, there have been concerted efforts to construct cooperation between the department, specifically the Commission for Employment Equity and the Department of Trade and Industry, with respect to the BBBEE Empowerment Unit. The objective of these continuous engagements is to ensure alignment in relation to implementation of these two pieces of legislation, as they are the main drivers of social and economic transformation. One of the BBBEE commissioners serves as a member on the Employment Equity Commission as a representative of the state. This arrangement entrenches direct cooperation between the BBBEE Commission and, if you could bear with me, I'm confusing my papers because of the original arrangement. This arrangement, I had a representative from the BBBEE unit, from the DTI representing government on the CEE, collaboration between the DTI and the Department of Labor on the initial employment equity scorecard in terms of the BBBEE codes, collaboration between the two departments on aligning the definition of the designated groups in the Employment Equity Act and the Black people in the BBBEE Act as amended, alignment of the occupational levels in the BBBEE scorecard to the occupational levels in the Employment Equity Act and its regulations. Example, previously the top and senior management levels were not covered as part of the management and control component of the BBBEE scorecard. Furthermore, the old BBBEE scorecard did not cover the intersection of race and gender as part of the measuring criteria. Now, with the alignment to the Employment Equity Act requirements, we are able to ensure that the different groups within the Black group in terms of race and gender, that is Africans, Coloreds, and Indians, are being equitably represented in accordance with their economically active population demographics, instead of having only one race group within the Black group being represented, especially in the top and senior management levels. In addition, the alignment ensures that women of the various race groups within the Black group are taken into account in the measuring criteria utilized by the BBBEE verification agencies before any BBBEE certificates are issued to any company for tendering processes, setting the minimum percentage in terms of the targets on the scorecard for an employer to qualify for any points in terms of occupational levels, making employment equity reports available during the verification process. For example, the BBBEE verification agencies only utilize or take into account in the verification process as authentic verification source copies of the employment equity reports submitted to the Department of Labor by any companies before rating a company on the employment equity scorecard in the BBBEE codes. If no such proof can be obtained from the Department of Labor employment equity system, no points are awarded to such company for BBBEE certificates. The following has been achieved after the establishment of the BBBEE Commission in 2015-2016 financial year. The first acting commissioner appointed after the formation of the BBBEE Commission was appointed by the Minister of Labor to represent government on the Commission on Employment Equity. Having representation of a commissioner of the BBBEE Commission ensures that the advice the minister receives from the Commission on Employment Equity incorporates strategies to continually monitor, consult, and ensure alignment between the two pieces of legislation. Incorporating employment equity as an element of the management control scorecard after the 7 elements in the triple BEE codes was reduced and clustered into 5 elements. A meeting between the triple BEE unit and the Employment Equity Directorate is currently being arranged to identify areas for further alignment, including preferential procurements and state contracts, compliance, verification, and auditing processes for employment equity, skills development, and so on. Collaboration between the two departments has therefore been taking place from the inception of the Triple BEE Act and its codes since 2003. Now that you have the BEE Commission with a representative on the CEE, you are certain that the alignment between the two pieces of legislation will be strengthened and lead to improved results. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Olomisa. Honorable Makue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, to the Minister through you, the Deputy Minister through you, for a quite comprehensive feedback, particularly to highlight the cooperation and the Employment Equity Act, the scorecard and the alignment. But in terms of our role, we see it as important to recognize that there will be those employers that would try and crook the system or trick the system. Therefore, my question is, would you be able to give us an indication of what training will be provided also to the labor inspectors on the ground to look at the triple BEE, and then in particular to look also, when we talk about broad-based empowerment, to look at the empowerment of people with disabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the follow-up question. Well, of course, there will always be people who will try to undermine the program of economic and social transformation. Hence, it will obviously be necessary if we discover that indeed our inspectors, as currently employed in their positions, are not able to do the work that is expected of them, to be given the necessary training. As a department, we are always welcoming to ideas that are going to ensure an improvement in the work that we are doing as we strive for this economic and social transformation of our nation. I cannot, unfortunately, be able to say what kind of training exactly that will be provided. But once, as the work moves forward, it has been established as to where the shortcomings are, that training will be provided. Yes, indeed, that is my response to your questions. I beg your pardon?
Thank you, TM. No, you can't.
There was another point that you raised. I just forgot it. If you could be allowed.
Yes, I can allow him.
Chair, it was on people with disabilities.
Yeah, it was
yes,
to
yes. That is very
people
important.
living with disability.
Yes, as the Employment Equity Act, we always want to ensure that persons with disabilities are also taken into account. So as we work together with the Commission on Employment, on Black Economic Empowerment, we will ensure that that is always taken on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, join me in taking this opportunity to thank the Deputy Minister for being available to deal with questions directed to the Department of Labor. Thank you, TM Olomisa. Honorable members, we now come to, we're left with 2 ministers. At the outside, can you advise Honorable Chief Whip?
Chairperson, my information is that they can arrive any minute now. From your kind heart, how about a body break?
Honorable members, I suggest we have a comfort break for 5 minutes. Let's have a comfort break for 5 minutes whilst waiting for them.
Order, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity and welcome our two honorable ministers into the House. And we quickly move to question 265 asked by the Honorable Mtetwa to the Honorable Minister of Public Works. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. The midterm review on the expanded public works program phase 2 found that EPWP and its objectives are still relevant and that the design of the program is appropriate for its purpose. So the participants and stakeholders of the program were very positive about the opportunities for work and the assets created and services provided through EPWP. So the study found that EPWP is highly relevant to the express needs of the poor and the unemployed in South Africa. The National Development Plan emphasizes the relevance of the EPWP by stating that in order for South Africa to reduce unemployment, EPWP should reach 1 million full-time equivalent jobs by 2015 and 2 million by 2019. The NDP further notes the positive social and psychological effects that the EPWP has on the unemployed people living in poverty in terms of income and the rebuilding of the independence and restoration of the dignity. So according to the latest stats, or stats SA, labor market dynamics, a total of 5.3 million people were unemployed in the first quarter of 2015. Of those unemployed, 85% were black South Africans. 58% of them, which is 2.5 million, did not complete secondary education. This is the target population from where EPWP draws its participants. So the statistics demonstrate the need for the EPWP and its relevance in alleviating poverty and creating work opportunities to the many unemployed and unskilled South Africans. So the National Department of Public Work conducts periodic evaluation studies to determine the effectiveness, efficiency, and impact of this program in the lives of the participants and communities. This includes evaluating work done by participants, time spent on the work, and the impact of these activities. And lastly, the department has implemented EPWP web-based reporting system with the details of projects, expenditure, and participants employed in the program. And this system allows for monitoring of the work done and duration spent by the participants in the program. Moreover, on a biannual basis, DPW conducts what we call the data quality assessment to verify and validate the information reported to the EPWP program reporting systems. Other monitoring and verification mechanisms include sites visit, provincial steering committee meetings, and sector meetings. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Mtetwa, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, we know that among the main objectives of EPW are job creation and skill training. In our experience, it has proven that in areas where the local have received technical skill training, the quality of workmanship is of good quality, as well as the speed of delivery of the project is very good. My question is, did the department have a plan in place for making our municipalities to submit reports regularly? Because some of municipalities did not submit the reports, and that makes that statistics is lost forever. As you know, that the reporting is done through internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Minister.
Thanks to Honorable Mtetwa. It's a fact that in some instances there is underreporting. And we've realized that. We're not sure if there will be any over, but there is underreporting. And in some instances, it is a fact that there is poor quality of some of the reports in some municipalities. In fact, this is the basis for an issue which has been raised by the audit, that the information is not qualitative, which has been coming from the municipalities on the reporting. And we have been punished as the National Public Works, although we are not the culprits, by the auditors. We've taken a discussion together with the municipalities on insisting on proper reporting. First, we're sending our people to sit in the municipalities and train them. But remember, Honorable Nyambos, these are spheres of government. You can't impose. That's the constitutional arrangement. So you can make recommendations. It depends on the cooperation. Some of them are cooperating. In fact, in our MINMEC last week, some were even suggesting that if there are those who are not complying in terms of giving the information, punish them by not giving the next grant. But somebody said, it's not those officials you are punishing, because these programs are going to the poor people. So it's a catch-22 situation. That's why we've decided that we will have to try, work through COCTA, go down to the municipalities, those who are not able to give us qualitative reports, and work with them. It's a real issue which you're raising. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister. Last time we met, the Honorable Minister made a commitment on an issue that I've always been raising. I had also raised it, that EPWP is infested by partisanship, where a person gets the job on the basis of holding or rather being in possession of a political party membership card. And I even gave the minister the details of one incident, and the minister committed to checking that. I just want to find out if the minister has checked, and also to say, has there been an improvement if the minister has already started these interventions? Because it's something that was tangible that I gave to the minister. I just want to find out if the minister has followed up, and if that has happened, whether there are any improvements, so that people are employed on the basis of the objectives of the program, not on the basis of somebody's ideological position. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Kaula, your question is genuine, your concern is genuine. We have said, regardless of who's ruling, all the parties are guilty of this thing. If you come to Cape Town, for instance, the issue of the DA using this thing to recruit has been a serious problem. Even the IFP areas, it has been a serious, and so is the ruling party. So it has been a serious problem. And sometimes there's even inter-party squabbles on this particular program. So it's across the parties. But what we do when we work and address these problems, we address them through, in a structured way, through the MINMEC, this structure of the minister and the MECs, but also go to the municipalities and talk to them in terms of this is the recruitment procedures which they should follow. And we've warned a number of them that if they persist on these issues, we are going to be forced to withdraw the grants. But still, it remains an issue. You cannot just come and impose on another sphere of a government. But I think we've raised this matter consistently in all our meetings, in our public meetings, that there are these complaints which keep on coming in dealing with this particular matter. But I think I will be able to see what follow-up has been made by the officials, especially the unit, because there are certain municipalities we said they must focus on if they've been able to come up with a report in relation to this municipality which you mentioned. And I will be able to give you that answer.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Khoshi Tobijan.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Deputy Minister, I'm sorry. This matter, we should not allow it to be politicized because...
Honorable Khoshi, he is the minister, he's not a deputy minister.
That's what I've said. I said deputy, then I said my apology, minister. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Khoshi.
Plus 1 minute because... Thank you, House Chair. Minister, I was saying for purpose of, achieving the intended, plan of government, we should avoid to allow ourselves as politicians to politicize the programs. The program where you are sitting, I'm not sure what are the possibility for you to play an oversight. I'm sure I said even in the last, question session of yourselves, that yourself develop a mechanism which will enable you through the PFMA to say, we are giving this money and we cannot give money and go away. We give money and look at whether the execution of our goals are according to our plan, because ultimate end, the ones that we have mentioned, on the ground, they are doing all these things to come and say the EPW does not work. The intention of the EPW, I wanted to believe, Minister, is to address issues that are closer to those who are poor on the ground. Can't we have a mechanism that will enable you to play as closer monitoring than what it is now? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Khoshi. Honorable Minister.
Thanks, House Chair. Kialebo Tamagoshi. You see, how I wish that our interpretation of the Constitution is the same. That whenever there are problems, you allow a structure from the higher level to intervene. The problem is we become very political when we deal with this matter. We entrench our positions, we become very territorial. And I think you're right. You can't keep on pumping money. You say it's a grant, but you need to follow that particular grant. And I think there needs to be some common interpretation that as we plow the resources, we are going to be able to follow them. And I think it needs one thing. If we want a system of our governance to succeed, it means there must be coordination, there must be working together, there must be supporting one another, and there must be no territories. Because once there are territories, it means there's a problem. And I think that's the spirit which the MPs must move with, especially when they come from the provinces to the national. But even when we approach the municipalities, when you do the oversight as MPs, that must be the understanding. That people should not understand these different levels as territories, which are untouchable by others and so on. Otherwise, that means chaos, because national plans, national pools the resources, but the implementers are on the ground. Therefore, they must be talking together there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mutashipi, you're the last one.
No, thanks, House Chair. Thanks, Minister. I'm a proud member of the African National Congress. I joined this movement
as a very young activist, it's a preamble to my question.
Put in your questions. You have
And I
only
did
2
not
minutes.
join it when I was old. Now, South Africa is faced with the challenge, the triple challenge of unemployment, inequality, and unemployment. Now, when the ANC-led government pursues a particular direction to address these issues, prophets of doom would come with their own analysis of what unemployment and how it should be addressed. My question to the minister, my question to the minister is...
Order, Honorable Mtlashupi. Honorable Mtlashupi, please take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Isaac.
Honorable House Chair, on a point of order, the rules allow for the question to be asked. But with due respect, the member every time gets up here and sings a song about the ANC. Can you ask him to just direct his question so the minister can answer? Instead of him giving a political speech.
Order, honorable members. I did not even hear what the Honorable Isaac was saying. Will you please repeat yourself and speak to the mic so that I hear you?
Thank you for the opportunity. Can I be protected?
What is your order? What is your point of order?
Point of order, Honorable Chairperson, is that every time the Honorable Member gets up, he sings a long story about the ANC and doesn't get to the point of asking the question to the Minister. If you can just ask him to address his question to the Minister so that the Minister can reply, instead of giving us a long political rhetoric. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Isaac, order, Honorable Jihad. Honorable Isaac, you are the one who is out of order. This is not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Mtlashupi, but please put your question.
No, I'll come. A traitor and a hero are born in the same house.
Put your question, Honorable Member.
This was a member of the ANC. He betrayed it and he went to the DA. Now, Minister, I'm just asking if this wonderful program, in terms of your analysis, is providing, and I'm not reading, nobody prepared me, because the ANC is capable.
Leave them out, Honorable Mtlashupi, please.
Is that?
I see
No,
two hands. I see two hands.
Let me finish my question.
Honorable Mtlashupi, take your seat. Take your seat. I see Honorable Hatton, please take your seat. Take your seat. I did not recognize you. I will start with the Honorable Member Isaac and then come to you thereafter. Honorable Isaac?
Honorable Chair,
Order, Honorable Members.
Honorable Chair, with absolute due respect, I don't mean to derail the House. You're in control, and I respect that.
I'll be happy if you cannot do
With
that.
due respect, Honorable Chair, I would ask you to ask the Honorable Member to withdraw the statement that he made, or a suggestion that I was a member of the ANC. Can you ask him to withdraw that, because that is an absolute false, and he is now misleading the country as a whole. Please ask him to withdraw a false statement. Because
Thank you,
there's no
Honorable
evidence
Isaac.
of that whatsoever. Please.
I've had to please take your seat. Honorable Mtlashupi, the Honorable Isaac is not a member. He was never a member of the ANC. As he was putting it, please desist from doing that.
Yeah. I wanted
okay,
to ask...
before you continue, I said I will give the Honorable Member Hatting a chance.
Yeah.
Honorable Hatting.
Honorable Chair, you may know that on my previous occupation, I was a pharmacist. Now, I'm very concerned about our health here. I smell a strong smell of alcohol. Perhaps the air conditioning must be checked. I think there's something wrong with the air conditioning. I smell alcohol here.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Hatton. We'll do a check. Continue.
Minister, what I wanted to ask was that are you able to confirm that we are providing efficient and effective?
Honorable Isaac, you did not listen to me. I asked him to desist from doing that, and that is a ruling. I will never change that. Please take your seat. Take your seat. You, Honorable Isaac, you asked me, you promised me that you're not going to derail the House. So what you're doing now is, you're doing the opposite. I asked him to stop doing that. Honorable Isaac, I repeat, I have ruled on that one, and then we continue. Honorable Mutlashupi, please put in your question.
Yeah, Minister, what I wanted to
Okay,
ask
for
is
the
that-
last time, I think it will be the last time. The Honorable Julius is on his feet, Honorable Isaac. Oh, Honorable Julius, my apology.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to set the record in
Okay.
terms of your ruling. From now on, I can make a false statement and that will be the ruling, because you know that all rulings that you are making in the House becomes a rule. So now that becomes a rule, that if I make a false statement of any member,
Now you're repeating yourself. I'm waiting for you to take your seat because you have put on your point. I want to respond to you. Can I respond before you come in? Oh, let me respond. Let me respond. Honorable Isaac, you know very well that if you're not Honorable Julius, my apology, Isaac. You know very well that if you're not satisfied, you have to complain in writing. Please do that. Honorable Jihad?
Chairperson, thanks very much for the opportunity. At times, it's hard for people to stomach challenge. I was just saying, can you ensure that you progress without this unnecessary frivolous point of orders, Chairperson, please?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. It's what I just did. Honorable Isaac, please. Honorable Mutlashupi, please put in a question.
The only mistake that I've done is that
Honorable Mutlashupi, don't repeat that, please.
I'm a proud member of the NC. Do you think, Minister, that we are providing an efficient and effective, this program is providing an effective and efficient service delivery to the community of South Africa at large? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Overall,
I don't know whether we can get an investigation.
Honorable Hatton, let's allow the minister to respond.
overall,
We'll take care
honorable
of that.
member, we think that this program is effective, but is not as efficient as we would like it to be. We've been talking about the challenges here. These are the challenges which we have to deal with. But overall, 80%, the program is appreciated by the communities, by the beneficiaries, by the various municipalities. I can even tell you, when the opposition, the main opposition party, was campaigning, they marched to Lutuli demanding the full-time jobs. But immediately after that, they said to them EPWP would be 7 million jobs above the 5 million, which means they appreciate this particular program. But they speak in double tongues when they are politicking. So everybody appreciates this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We move to question 276, asked by the Honorable Kaula. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
276.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, there is no spending on the Nkandla presidential residence except for an amount of 10,000. Listen, this 10,611.89 cents, which was incurred recently as a result of the work done to conduct the maintenance on the VIP guardhouse. Any maintenance work on state-owned properties is drawn from the planned and the day-to-day maintenance budget. There is no specific budget the president's private residence is getting. Maintenance, therefore, to the state domestic facilities used by SAPS at Nkandla will be provided for from either the planned or day-to-day maintenance budget, which cater for most departmental projects and not specifically any one particular project. That's the response to this question, but I might further say, with regard to the work done to the residences of the former presidents and deputy president, currently there are security reports that are being reviewed by the Interdepartmental Security Committee. And these reports include all current and former presidents and deputy president. And our DPW professional services are doing costing reports, and these will be then sent to the Interdepartmental Security Committee for consideration. And then upon approval, it is then that the DPW will resume the process of maintaining or replacing security measures at the residence of the affected esteemed and eminent former public office bearers. So we don't do anything unless it is informed by the security cluster. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaola, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you'll agree with me that this matter is stuck with us for the rest of our lives because the Honorable President will be a former president one day, and there will need to be plans, like you are saying, there are plans in place for servicing former presidents. Now, what I want to know is, in the plans of the department, what will happen then in terms of spending to the non-security features that were put in this residence wrongly, because they were judged to have been put there wrongly. The benefit was a wrong benefit. So in your plans as the department going forward, what do you have? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Sorry, Chair. What are our plans for the non-security plans? We don't have any plans. We don't have any plans for the non-security features. But there are plans for the other assets of the other departments. And we will be informed by those particular departments, because there are assets for those departments. Talk the clinic, you talk this and that. Those departments will tell us how to use those things. All the others, and I think we all know what the public protector had ruled in relation to those, that the president needs to pay for those because they were not seen as non-security. So we don't have plans on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The other honorable member is Honorable Isaac.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, based on the subject of Nkandla and the fact that it is recognized as a national key point, my question is then, has the property been evaluated for rates and taxes, and on what value is how much being paid every month to the local municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Honorable Member. That's not in the mandate of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tablanche. Order, Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister. The rates and taxes and services consumption, who's paying that bill on a monthly basis?
Rates and taxes.
Repeat yourself, the minister did not get what you want to say.
John, Chairperson.
He wants to check who's
there's-
filling the bill,
yeah.
fitting the bill.
Chairperson, thank you. Minister, now I was asking, obviously the monthly services consumption, electricity, water, and then obviously also the rates and taxes. Who's responsible for that? Is your department paying for that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Where? In the department? Are you referring to the department?
Public Works.
Okay.
Certainly, and you go to the ministerial handbook. Those who are using their private homes, we don't pay that. Those are private homes. But what we do, if we have put the personnel of the department in some of the assets, like electricity, we will have to do the calculation of those who are the officials of the other departments. And then that should be paid, and then we claim it from the various departments. Only in relation to those assets of the other departments, not to the private homestead.
Thank you very much. Honorable Wana, order. We are now on question 2670.
Chairperson, on a point of order, the minister hasn't answered my question. I wanted to know whether the Department of Public Works actually pays a certain amount on a monthly basis. That was my question. I want a simple yes or no.
I allowed you because you were the fourth person. The Honorable Minister.
I thought I'm clear, Honorable Chairperson,
Maybe you should
in terms
repeat
of my
yourself.
response. And I have said,
Listen,
we will
Honorable.
not pay for any private. Because you want me to answer it the way. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to answer it the way you want it. I'm going to give an answer
Let
as
us
I understand the question.
let us avoid the dialogue. Honorable Tablanche, let's avoid the dialogue. There is a point of order. Honorable Wana, please take your seat. Honorable members, you're making a lot of noise. Please. Honorable Hatton.
A point of order. The Honourable Minister is not supposed to directly address the member or to point at him with his finger.
Honorable Minister, if you address the honorable member through the table of the chair. Thank you, Honorable Hatton.
I apologize, Chairperson.
Apology accepted.
But I'm clear I've answered that question. I'm clear I've answered that question. If we have to maintain our assets, we have to maintain the personnel from the different departments, we pay and claim from the different departments, not for private use. Thank you.
I think it's loud and clear now. We are now on question 267, asked by the Honorable Mtimye. Honorable Minister. 267. Whether the department has an plan for
Yes.
capacity building.
Yes. Well, the Department of Public Works has plans for capacity building and skills development. Well, the skills development and capacity building program, they are treated as one program. And like as follows, the Department of Public Works is implementing capacity building and skills development program, which are aimed at enhancing efficiency. The programs are aligned to the Council for the Built Environment Skills Intervention Pipeline. The skills pipeline is divided into 3 strategies, namely the push strategy, the intermediate strategy, and the pull strategy. Our push strategy is aimed at promoting and enhancing the learning of mathematics and physical science at high school level to ensure adequate tutoring of learners from disadvantaged backgrounds who want to pursue careers in the built environment area. The schools are allocated, are enrolled and are selected from the disadvantaged areas, the townships, rural and informal settlements. And DPW awards bursaries to the grade 12 learners that are admitted to the various universities to pursue studies towards a built environment. So there are a number of schools where we're doing this particular program. Well, at the end of the second quarter of 2016-17, we had awarded about 163 bursaries to students who are enrolled for e-built environment studies at the tertiary institutions. In terms of the intermediate strategy, the department is implementing what we call the Young Professionals Program, with the aim of offering young people from disadvantaged communities, both from urban and rural areas, opportunities to undergo structured mentorship program, leading to professional registration with the relevant statutory professional councils. So the Youth Professionals Program are in the following areas: engineering, civil, electrical, and mechanical, quantity surveying, architectural services, landscape, architectural, construction and project management, project valuation, and town planning. And then at the end of October, of the quarter 2016-17, DPW had 1,359 beneficiaries participating in the skills development program in all these areas: young professionals, management trainings, artisan trainees, interns, school program, technical learnership, and the bursary holders. Then the last one is what we call the pool strategy, which ensures the retention of the scarce skills with DPW to continue the mentorship program to register more black professionals.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtumye, do you have a follow-up question? Thank you very much. The Honorable Member Zwani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. However, one would like to get further detail in terms of the criteria for your selection of students. What criteria do you use for the selection? And also, where exactly are these schools? I just want to hear if my district is amongst the schools that have benefited from this program. And also, the placement. Once students have completed, do they get placed for employment? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
The selection criteria, we normally say it's the students from the disadvantaged families and areas. And because we have this program where we choose in those schools, if I remember from the top of my head, we have a lot of kids from Vembe, kids from Giane, kids from Skukuni, from Lusigisigi, from Kimberley, and so on. So we just pick up from those particular high schools. But very interesting. We start that program at grade 10, supply them with extra tuition. And most of them, when they graduate at grade 12, those kids pass with minimum of 80%. One of the girls who topped this thing didn't have the parents, was staying with the granny, and had 7 distinctions from Bizana. And she's here now at UCT doing her first year in engineering. So what we do is there must be confirmed acceptance to enroll for the built environment or property studies, preferably at the traditional universities. And if the students are already enrolled, they must have performed more than 60%. But all those who are taking, they are more than 80% and even 65% on physics and mathematics. And the areas where they go to, in fact, if I were to mention, we take them to all the different universities of South Africa. UCT, University of Pretoria, Siput, Tshwane, Wits, KwaZulu-Natal, University of Stellenbosch, Northwest University in Port, University of Johannesburg, the Free State, Walter Sisulu, Central University of Technology, and King Sabata TVET. They are all in these particular institutions in the different fields, engineering and so on, construction management, property studies, architecture, landscape architecture, quantity surveying, town planning, and horticulture. And we cater mainly for these whom we are nursing in the different schools in terms of our program. Because our belief, you can hear now that it's a teacher speaking about skills. Our belief is that you must grow them when they are young. You see, you must grow them because you're not going to get the best maths graduate if you have not tempered with them and come up with a program at the high school level. And you don't start at grade 12. That's why we're starting at grade 10. So that's that, Chairperson. Just for information purposes, 1 minute. Our own bursary caters for tuition fees, accommodation, books, stationery, project materials, meals, and allowances. In fact, it's to the maximum of 130,000 per annum, because at UCT, the fees are around that. The others, they range and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Wana. I saw your hand up. Oh, okay. Then we'll move to the other question. Question 272, Honorable Minister. We're not going to give it, we're not going to allow you to tackle it because the Honorable Member is not in the House, and also she did not make an arrangement with us. So we'll move straight to 268. Yes, asked by the Honorable Sidi Khale, and the person who will be responsible, it will be Honorable Zwane.
268 is what steps has his department taken in pursuit of adherence?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Well, in terms of containing costs, following the National Treasury instruction of the first one of number 1 of 2013-14, the Department of Public Works started implementing the cost-containing measures. Since then, the National Treasury has also issued subsequent instructions, the last being instruction number 3, issued on the 30th of September 2016. Pursuant to this, the department has issued circulars relating to the various identified, including travel for cost containment and compliance to be enforced. On the issue of cutting waste, departmental officials are continuously urged and reminded to use water and electricity prudently in order to save and lower the utility costs for the department. Retrofitting of the energy-saving measures has taken place in the buildings, accommodating the Department of Public Works as well as client departments. That program is continuing. It's not yet complete. On combating fraud and corruption, the DPW has taken the following steps, amongst others, to combat fraud and for corruption. A national roadshow, coupled with the media briefings, have taken place to alert the suppliers of the scourge of fraudulent order scams, because there are order scams which people just circulate, and other people, they fall into these scams without even checking with us. The DPW has also developed a comprehensive fraud prevention strategy as a result of the expressed commitment of the department to fight fraud and corruption. It is aligned with the public service anti-corruption strategy, which is championed by the Department of Public Service and Administration. The strategy is based on 4 key components, namely prevention, which means training and awareness, risk management, policies, and procedures. 2, detection, that's whistleblowing and reporting mechanisms, and internal audit. And lastly, investigation and resolution. So renegotiating also the leases on properties and equipment. As a department, we received a lease dispensation from the National Treasury, which determined that rentals should be market-related and escalated rates should not exceed 6%. This dispensation has allowed the department to review existing leases and at competitive rates. Because in some instances, you will find that we have been paying 45% above the market. See, this is what is coming historical. By the way, I need to emphasize this, Chairperson. Corruption knows no color. Both black and white landlords have been involved in some of these things. And you remember, property is still a very close thing. It's still a very close thing in terms of the past, who's dominating there. So corruption knows no color. And to ensure the value of money, apart from the process of benchmarking rentals, to ensure that the department is getting the value for money, the department has also started ensuring that contracts entered into are scrutinized thoroughly to ensure fairness and balance. Moreover, term contracts are entered into for facilities management to ensure that the DPW is receiving competitive rates and reduce the high cost of procuring under emergency. 2, yes, positive results have been yielded. The expenditure on air travel highlights a decrease in the number of transactions due to the different airlines being utilized on a competitive price basis. Expenditure on vehicle hire has also yielded savings as a result of official now being restricted to using Class B vehicles. And imagine this cost, when you have to have about 6, 7 officials coming to Cape Town for a particular meeting, sleeping in a hotel, and then having different cars. So once you force them into 1 or 2 cars, you're cutting a lot of cost. So catering expenses for internal meetings, workshops, training sessions for meetings attended by only officials, trainers, consultants contracted to the department has been reduced significantly. While catering may only be provided for extended engagement, but must be approved by the delegated authority. But this Minister of Small Businesses will kill you about that. Because ask a question, where does the small businesses get these contracts? Because killing them, you are also killing the businesses and employment for them. That is her position. It's coincidental that she's seated next to me. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Zwane.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. Ngisacela ukubuza, Minister. Ngiyaqaphela nje ukuthi ngenxa yesimo sobandlululo nomlando la siphuma khona. Isikhathi esiningi ama-office aka-public works asemadolobheni. Ngoba ila kukhona izakhiwo ezingasetshenziswa ukuze conclude lama lease agreements. I don't know if there are any lease agreements endaweni zasemalokishini naseyindaweni zamakhosi ngoba leyo nto idala ukuthi kuhlomule laba ababekade bevele behlomula bese ukuthi abantu abamnyama abanazo mhlawumbe izakhiwo endaweni ezikahle ngaphansi kweindawo zamakhosi mhlawumbe nasemalokishini bangakwazi ukungena ukuhlomula la kulama lease agreements njoba eshilo minister uthi indaba property is still very closed. How are we going to open it up such that the previously disadvantaged also begin to benefit? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Let me try and put it properly. This is the crime of the apartheid spatial development. And those who are still defending apartheid inherited privileges must think twice, because services and points of services, as you say, are good in towns, not even in townships, are good in towns, and who is there? But in the previously disadvantaged, we don't have that. We have started a program which we call Precinct Development. we want to build small precincts in the small dorpies and even in the townships. And remember, even when there's an office for a department or for home affairs in these rural towns, it's a small dilapidated house of somebody where the department is paying about 200 to 300,000 a month. So there's a unit we are calling the Precinct development, where we want to take the offices exactly into these areas, because we are saying now services must go to the people instead of the people, all of them converging into the big towns. And the poor are the ones who are spending more in order to get those services. But the rich, those services are next to them. How I wish that all political parties can understand that, not to defend the privileges of the past, but it's a long road. It's a big plan, which we must say, take these things to the townships and the rural areas. And Home Affairs, I know that, social development, they are sitting on us, wanting their offices out there, not in the cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Madam Chair, thank you. Honorable Minister, I think the taxpayer is very excited about the fact that you will be cutting expenditure and looking at fraud, and that you will be reviewing the leases. However, apparently there are over 2,000 buildings empty and underutilized being leased by your department. And if we look at the GPS coordinates of these 200 of these 2,000 empty and underutilized buildings are actually at the bottom of the sea. So my question to you therefore, Minister, is what is the cost of these more than 2,000 underutilized buildings costing the department in terms of rates and taxes and municipal services? And what will your department be doing to terminate this excessive and abusive expenditure of state resources? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
First, with due respect, this sensation that the coordinates, some of them are showing buildings under the sea, was asked last year. And we explained to the people who were asking that question. In fact, it was an honorable member from DA. In fact, we said to them, it's nonsense what they are talking about, because there will never be any building under the sea. In fact, they had interpreted the information which had been given incorrectly. And I can be honest and say it's very technical even for me. But our officials came and tried to interpret this particular information. In fact, it was the wrong application of that particular formula to come to such a conclusion. There's nothing like that. Now, let me come back. Now, let me come back to this. We had indicated that Public Works were dealing with 95,000. These are the buildings. And we're talking about 30,000 land parcels. We're constructing a register. That register at some stage, when there was talk of this thing, was at around 95%, which means we had been able to locate all our properties, what they were doing and so on. But there was still a lot to be done in terms of a reconciliation and so on. And remember, you talking about a property portfolio which is 10 times bigger than Growth Point. Growth Point is talking about 5,000 properties as a private company. But ours, it's so huge. It was not going to be easy that you have everything, and so on. The issue of the rates and taxes, there are hard discussions now. We've put an IMC, which involves the Treasury, which involves COCTA, which is the other department. I think monitoring and evaluation, which involves the provinces, public works provinces. Also, certain municipalities to deal with this issue of the rates and the taxes. But I must mention this thing. I might be going off now. This issue of the rates and taxes it's not just simply the national departments owing, it is also the right invoices which must come from the municipalities. And the issue of the valuation is a very critical issue in relation to this particular matter. So it's not just a simple task, which we think that is because of the national department. So we're dealing with that issue. We know what we are owing. We know what the other departments are owing, and there is a movement towards resolving this particular matter. We were having a cabinet memo which we have sent it to the governance and administration cluster dealing with this particular matter. But it's still going to be a long time because key in it is the invoicing from the municipalities, where there seems to be some capacity, especially capacity questions, especially in the small municipalities. But we are working collaboratively with all the spheres of government to deal with this particular matter. And also there are properties where we've been built only to find that those properties are not ours. They belong to the other spheres of government. But fortunately, what you call the asset register has become a game changer in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am now going to allow the Honorable Member Hutton to put in his follow-up question. But before that, Honorable Hutton, I want to confirm that I have checked. The conditioner is working.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I must say I haven't smelled the ethyl alcohol lately.
Okay, honorable member, if ever you have a problem with another member, please, the chief whip is around. You can then go to the chief whip. You cannot discuss the honorable member with me.
Okay. Honourable.
All right, let me allow you to take your seat. I see the honorable member is standing on her feet. What is your problem, ma'am?
Madam Chair, just in response to the Minister's
Oh,
answers, he didn't answer my question.
Honorable
But he never answered my question, Madam
Honorable
Chair.
Engelbrecht, you cannot respond to the minister.
But he never answered my question.
I gave you a chance, and then we were all here when the honorable minister was
But he
responding
never answered
to
it, Madam
your
Chair. He
question.
didn't give
Please
me an
take your
answer.
seat. Take your seat, honorable
He
member.
doesn't know, obviously doesn't know how many millions
Take
being
your
wasted.
seat, honorable member. Thank you very much. Honorable Hutton.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I would like to thank the Minister for his department's attempts to curb corruption and the way they're doing it to combat corruption and also fraud. But I would like to know, in the department's pursuance to cut fraud, could the Minister perhaps indicate if steps have been taken to ensure that our tender system, the tender system in the department, becomes transparent and corruption-free? And if so, perhaps just give us a brief indication of what has been done. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
We just follow the prescripts of the PFMA to deal with procurement. Very transparent. That's what we do. And minister, that's what we do. And ministers cannot even intervene in that process. Because if ministers intervene, they will be showing interest. All we do, follow the prescripts of the PFMA as they are. And what we've also done.
Do not listen to her, Honorable Minister.
Very clear. The prescripts of the prescripts of the PFMA are very clear. You have to advertise, and advertise in the national newspapers because it must be competitive. You must set up the relevant committees, different committees, and so on. And those are the processes which must just be followed. Exactly. We do exactly that.
Order,
the value for money.
Order, Honorable Ntebe.
In fact, that is why we have charged people. When those prescripts were not followed, when there are scandals in terms of the implementation of the various programs, we have even set up a risk and a management branch in the department, which deals with all these particular issues which we are talking about, so that we can prevent. But if it happens, it slips through, because corruption can be very sophisticated. These are leakages. If it leaks, we're able to deal with it very, very quickly. So these are the processes which we're following to deal with that. And you will also appreciate. 3-4 years ago, there were many scandals which were emerging because proper prescriptions were not followed. You don't hear more about those now, recently. But it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen, because crooks are always very sophisticated, trying to be ahead of the systems. So we've put the right systems now, and we think that those systems are very, very helpful.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I am now going to give a chance to Honorable Tablanche. Honorable Wana, you are late, Mama. You'll try next time. Honorable Tablanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, we really appreciate, and I think especially the taxpayers will appreciate the savings that the Minister and his Department Public Works, was obviously or were able to bring about. That brings me to a question. There is a standing request, if not an instruction from Treasury that, we need to cut down, government needs to cut down on the use of consultants. And I'm just wondering whether the Minister can indicate to us how many or what percentage of new projects that Public Works is executing is the planning and the oversight construction-wise being done by the in-house, obviously, specialists. Thank you, Chairperson.
It deals with the costs, Honorable Minister.
Well, in relation to this question, I just have to be honest, because of the hundreds of the projects which we are running, I cannot be able to tell you the exact number, but I can be able to write that down. But remember, the issue of the consultants on the construction projects, it's inbuilt, it's there. It's part of the requirements that some of the things, you are not going to do them without those consultants. Not consultant to do the work for the full-time people, but I'll be able to give you the exact answer where we are using those particular consultants. And remember, the built environment specialists, whom we are trying to grow now in the department, when I was talking about the bursaries, those were there in the past. In fact, top engineers today who are private, civil, electrical, and so on, were trained in the public service. And most of them left, opened private companies, they come back to the department as consultants. In fact, it's an irony that today, those who built a system of a government through people employing people in the government are arguing for a lean government. When we are arguing for a big government with the right technical skills. It's like people, most of the people who are the products of the public schooling system all over the world, today all of a sudden they argue that children should go into the private schooling when they are the products of the public schooling. It's the same with the built environment professionals today who are triumphing in the private sector were trained in public works, the old public works. And that's why we are trying to revive even our own workshops. But some people argue for lean, mean government, privatize this, privatize that, and so on and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister, for now, I can give you a break, because you're still going to take care of transport, as we have received an apology that the Honorable Minister is not going to be in the House, but you will act on the behalf of the Minister. We are now going to question 258, which will then be a responsibility of our Minister for Small Businesses. Honorable Minister, the Honorable J.M. Tetwa asks a question. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank the Honorable Mtetwa for the question. The Department of Small Business Development has made an effort to engage the private sector to open their value chains for small enterprises and cooperatives in different sectors. These engagements with the private sector have revealed that the sector is keen to partner with government towards supporting the growth and competitiveness of small enterprises and cooperatives. However, challenges are evident, especially where a part contribution from government is needed due to limited financial resources. We have a few partnership, Honorable Member, which I will list just in a second, but I do want to indicate, Honorable Members, that in the past 2 years that I have been in office, my eyes have been opened even much wider to the challenges that are faced by our small and medium enterprises, particularly Black, young youth, and women and people living with disability. My experience, Honorable Members, is that the economic structure of South Africa as it stands today has been making it very difficult for our SMMEs to enter into this space. Even those that have been in this space for a while, circumstances and the way our economy is structured is making it very difficult for them to participate. I think in the 2 years that I've been in office, Honorable Members, I've come to the conclusion that we dealt with political apartheid in the past. We still have not been able to deal with economic apartheid in the manner in which we are supposed to deal with it. And the reason why we are unable to do that, despite the fact that government has put plans in place through the 9-point plan, which, by the way, also indicates that unlocking the potential for SMMEs and cooperatives is high on the agenda. But until such time that we really look collectively, by the way, because it cannot be the responsibility of government alone to try and create the conducive environment for our SMMEs to participate. It is also dependent on all of us taking collective decisions. And I am happy, Honorable Members, that at least in the 2 years also that we've been in the office, we have brought the issue of SMMEs high on the agenda, including the participation of the private sector, which, by the way, there's also an issue of the private sector where SMMEs are supposed to get an opportunity within the value chain of the big businesses, and that doesn't happen. It's always the government that has to come out and keep on pushing them to do so. But we are convinced that with the MOUs that we have with different big businesses such as Pick and Pay, such as South African breweries, we hope these examples will be examples that will also make the others to realize that this is something that we need to do. And in conclusion, I would also like to say that my belief is that the African National Congress in particular has been a buffer between the rich and the poor. And it's time that the rich, the wealthy, those that sit with their millions realize that it cannot be the responsibility of government alone to really pull the majority of our people who were never in the mainstream economy. What we are doing as a department is almost like a drop in the ocean if we look at inclusion and the politics of inclusion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Do you have a follow-up question, Honorable Mteto? Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Makeba. Ndabezitha. Indeed, Makeba, in your department, there is a change. There is a lot of effort that you have made. We congratulate you for that. But, Honorable Minister, the small business and cooperative, most of them are struggling to get involved with some big companies. There are companies who does not want partnering with those small business and cooperatives. But my question is, did we have the plan in place to make those who are doing that to comply in order to uplift our economy in this country. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. As a follow-up question, yes, I think I would like to start with the fact that overall, your Black economic empowerment programs have been in the forefront in trying to ensure that the participation of Black women, people living with disability, and youth are included. But I would hasten to say that even that plan of Black economic empowerment, including the triple BEE itself, there has been challenges because, again, the government was forced into a situation of legislation instead of us ourselves partnering automatically. So it became very clear that unless the government takes the responsibility and legislates and regulates, which, by the way, legislation, over-regulation also got its own challenges. But in our view, we think that what the government has done in putting those systems in place, it is enabling. It does have challenges. As a Department of Small Business Development, we do not necessarily believe that we should only focus on that legislation and the regulation. It means politically we need to find a buy-in. We also need to have South Africans collectively being mobilized and organized politically to understand that the future depends on small and medium enterprises. And unless you support them and handhold them, especially the ones that were not able to participate in the past, even if you give them the loans, we've got CIFA, which is our small enterprise finance agency, and SADC, which is a non-financial one. My experience in the 2 years is that there's more of them going to CIFA than going to SADC, which clearly indicates to us that what they need most is the financial arm of being able to buy the machinery, buy the utensils, be able to, not utensils, the machinery which they have to use. And if we can also look at the fact that the economy of South Africa grew a little bit, and when you look at which side did it grow, it shows that it was through manufacturing. And that manufacturing sector is where you find that the majority of our people are not participating. So as a department, we're looking into how can we make sure that we do that. But what has been exciting also for us as a department is that SARS this year announced that 18,000 new SMMEs were able to register for tax and pay tax. That is interesting. That can be exciting, but there are other questions around it. Who are these SMMEs? Where are these SMMEs? In what sectors are these SMMEs? But more than anything else for us is to break it down to the minutest detail. How many of them are women? How many of them are youth? How many of them are Black? Because we can be excited over the fact that 18,000 registered, only to find that many of them are still the same old who were able to do so in the past. So our department also is happy with the fact that between government and the private sector, there are structures which have been created by the presidency, in fact, commissions which are supposed to be able to assist us, particularly in looking at the role of small and medium enterprises, not only from a point of view of economic growth, but simply because we understand and we see the facts and the figures as government that the more people we have who are in SMMEs, facts are that most people who are employed today, they are employed by SMMEs than they are being employed by big business. So the structures that we're putting in place, we're hoping that because we're just almost 2.5 years in office, we're thinking that the systems and the programs that we have put in place are going to assist us that. But lastly, I think
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
May I conclude that one of the challenges we see is the support that we give and the packages we give support to SMMEs. There's poor coordination from the 3 spheres of government. People behave like as if there's 3 different governments when there's one government with 3 spheres. And I think this House also has that responsibility of ensuring that you hold the provinces and local structures accountable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Madam Chair, thank you. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that discussion on SMEs. We are all fully aware that the only way that the economy can grow is if we stimulate our SMEs. However, it's not always just about financial funding. There's a huge lack of skills colleges, places teaching the businesses how to run their businesses, physical hands-on training of artisans, and we really believe that there's a huge gap in terms of that aspect of SMEs. Could you just please explain to us how you will be attempting to address that challenge? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We fully agree with the honorable member that it's not always about financial resources. Yes, I did indicate that the experience of the 2 years, we find that many of the SMMEs, particularly black and in township, they really struggle from a financial point of view. As a department, we have identified the issue of training, which takes us to having a discussion with TVET colleges. We are in all 9 provinces. We are engaging with the TVET colleges to make sure that in those TVET colleges, they introduce the issue of small and medium enterprise training, but also entrepreneurship, which is indicated that entrepreneurship is lowest in South Africa in comparison to other countries. Secondly, we also, through our Small Enterprise Development Agency, which is SADC, we have training programs which are in all the 9 provinces. And remember that the offices of SADC are in all the 9 provinces, but we would like to see that expanding, because the challenges in relation to people who are in the township and people who are in the rural areas is very difficult for them to be traveling to the SADC offices where they can be able to get the assistance that we are getting. So we're looking at what other alternatives can we do, including the introduction of entrepreneurship in schools and in high schools, including looking at the people who are providing the training, because there's a lot of organizations that are providing the training. What is a little bit of a problem is that some of them, they put packages together simply because they want to access government money instead of really doing proper training. So those that are currently doing the training will have to evaluate that and make sure that. But let me also say, there is enterprise development projects and programs that are run by the private sector. Unfortunately, many of them are almost a tick in the box. But we want to partner with the private sector, those that are doing the kind of training that we think is relevant, the training that is useful to the felt needs of small and medium enterprises. We are convinced that if we go in partnership and work with them, we'll be able to deal with this huge gap that you are talking about. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtumye.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Minister read my mind. But in terms of diversification, Minister, the automobile sector, which is still lily-white, as we roll out the Black Industrialist Program, how do we integrate that so that we see the small business leveraging out of that program? The good example of that, I think, is in the Gauteng organization called the Automobile Industry Development Center, which is owned by the Gauteng provincial government. If that could be replicated to other provinces, I think it can make a good positive dent in the economy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. We fully agree with that, because we're looking at the centers and especially the successful centers into how we can be able to have that in other provinces. I think what is also important here is that as a department, we have realized and recognized that it would not be possible for us to really reach out to almost everybody, considering also the fact that we've got human resource constraints, financial constraints. We are working with the provinces. We have had meetings with the Gauteng province, we've had meetings with the Free State province, we've had meetings with the Mpumalanga province, because we're wanting to say to the provinces, in their plans for support for SMMEs, let there be a proper coordination between us and themselves. And I must say that we are getting a very positive response in streamlining the programs that we have with the other provinces. I also would like to say that we have a special program which is called the Gazelles program. This is a program that identifies 200 top-notch performing SMMEs in different sectors, including in the automobile sector. We think that the Gazelles program would be a feeder into the Black Industrialist program, because this program that we have has got support both by government but also by the private sector. The first 40 were selected already this year, and that first 40 is getting all the necessary support that I spoke about, from a financial support, from technical support, from hold-handing, from holding the hand. But I also think what we're looking at is those that are successful SMMEs, irrespective or irregardless of their color. We think that those are the ones that we can bring on board to be able to support us in this. The more we have of training centers like this and hubs, the better for SMMEs. But the department on its own cannot run those hubs. Many of those hubs have been set up by the private sector, and we are, in a few, working together with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, it's always great to engage such a knowledgeable ANC deployed minister. Minister, I'm a firm believer that there will never be freedom, fairness, and opportunity as others are advocating. In the absence.
Honorable Ntebe, please take your seat. Honorable Faber.
Chairperson, please, freedom, fairness, and opportunity is DA. That is, he doesn't know what he's talking about, please. Thank you.
Honorable Faber, that is not a point of order, sir. Take your...
Chair, I want to repeat, I'm a firm advocate that there will never be freedom, fairness, and opportunity in the absence of a deliberate and decisive intervention, particularly in the space that you are in, Minister. I'm saying this because, one, when we talk about the SMMEs, I mean, there's the environment is littered with examples. The Asian tigers, for instance, they grow their economy to over 90% based on the SMMEs and cooperatives. In this case, Minister, in this case, are we able to look into the matter that I think that economic growth will continue to be a mirage if we don't intervene? The issue of market penetration. Is this partnership and whatever that we are addressing here seeking also to open up market penetration so that our SMMEs and our cooperatives can begin to enter the space and the playing ground can be leveled so that freedom, fairness, and opportunity can become a reality? Don't tell somebody when you are 100 meters down the race line that no, there's freedom, but you are already down the line and you don't assist. Thank you, Chair.
Order, honorable members, order. Over to you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members. Honorable Mtimya, Honorable Faber, Honorable Julius, please don't drown the house. The minister, let's give the minister a chance to speak, please.
Okay.
Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe I need to repeat again what I said earlier on, that unless we deal with the structure of the economy of South Africa, the interventions that we have would be very difficult to bear fruit within a short space of time. And I believe that this government of the African National Congress is recognizing that and not pointing a finger, but saying, what do we do about it? And the fact that a Department of Small Business Development was formed out of a unit that existed within the Department of Trade and Industry was a firm recognition of the need for us to develop interventions. May I also just quickly say that since we came into office, we took all those programs that were under the Department of Trade and Industry and we evaluated them as against the current challenges, and what we need to do. And we have completed that process as a department, and we are comfortable with the fact that the new programs which we have, we've rationalized the programs so that we don't have too many programs that deplete our resources. However, having said all that, I did indicate earlier on that the challenge that we have in as far as penetrating of markets is concerned is the monopoly and the monopolistic approach of the economy of South Africa. Unless we begin to break that down, unless we begin, for instance, I'll make a simple example. Malls are being built all over the show. Show me one place where you can find small and medium enterprises who are black, who are women-owned, who are youth, who have space in those markets to show what they sell. Show me a shop in all these big shops that you are talking about that can be able, for you to be able to go and buy this dress that I'm wearing. None. None of those shops will have to find this. This is what you find in a small little corner or in a home of a woman who's trying to make a living. We believe we need to change the structure of the economy. We need to break this monopoly. There are a few who have come on board. I can make just an example with SA Breweries, where they've given an opportunity to women in maize to plant, but again, they've come on board. They expected us to put something. We had to put 20 million, they had to put another 20 million and ensure that these women are supported. And these women had their first harvest in July, where they harvested the maize, which now had a take-off within SA Breweries. If we can get more and more of those, we can see for real that we've got partnership that is not looking at hiding and trying to find ways, but being realistic, being honest. Apartheid economic structure has to go. We have to do it as government. It's our responsibility, but we need to be met, on the other hand, by those people who are sitting with lots of financial resources and experience and all around them. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now moving to question 266, asked by the Honorable E.R. Makua. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the question again. The Department of Small Business Development has not developed a township entrepreneurship development.
Honorable Khai, Honorable Julius. Continue, ma'am.
The department has not developed a township entrepreneur development and advancement strategy that ensures coordination of entrepreneurial activities and initiatives in the township. However, the department has been intervening through a number of programs that benefit township entrepreneurs and businesses. As I even indicated earlier on, that we're trying to pool our resources to make sure that at national, provincial, and local level, we are supportive of entrepreneurs and small businesses. The department has prioritized township and rural areas in the implementation of all its financial and non-financial support programs as part of mainstreaming to these prioritized areas. To this end, the department has targeted 50% of all its interventions to township and 30% to rural. This you will see in the programs that we have developed, but this will also see in the expenditure in those programs that we are talking about. The department is also implementing the National Informal Business Upliftment Strategy, which benefits a considerable number of township and rural enterprises. The primary purpose of this NIBUS, as we call it, is to enhance the ability of enterprises in the informal economy to benefit from support programs by our department, government at large, and the private sector. We have a special program of training those in the informal sector, this NIBUS program we're talking about. Together with the retail sector, we work with them to train informal businesses, but we don't only do the training and give the certificate. We move to a point of saying, if you've done the training in general in business, but this is your specific area, then we will buy the equipment. If it means we must buy an industrial stove, if it means we must buy machines, you know, these dryers for hair salons and all that, we have to do that because those are the things that make it difficult for our people. Many a times you find them buying very small machinery that breaks very easily. Whereas if you buy them industrial machines, then you can see the sustainability. With the aggregated target of 80% support for township and rural areas, it is expected that there will be improvement in the development and sustainability of entrepreneurial activities and enterprise in the targeted areas. Collaborations are being developed with provinces to enhance the work in township and rural areas. There has been engagement with local economic development forums. This is where the biggest problem is. You've got local economic development offices who are not properly resourced. Also, even some of the people that work in these offices do not really have the adequate training. So we are engaging at local municipality to say your local economic development office should be the first point of call where small and medium enterprises come to. So with that coordinated effort, we think that we will see progress not in a too far away, not in a far distance, to make sure that we can see the impact of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Makwe, do I have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for what has been a very helpful response, also linked with the earlier response that you gave. It becomes apparent that if we are serious to deal with the 9-point plan, and in particular the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, that the small business sector needs to be focused on. I'm worried, therefore, Chairperson, when the Minister admits that there are human resources and financial constraints within the Department of Small Business Development, and also mentioned some other inhibiting factors. Now, with us having the unique position of members of the NCOP, being delegated by our provinces and working closely with the municipalities, the question then still remains, how can we, if you could help us, Minister, assist in ensuring that indeed there is a strategy that is properly formulated so that we can maximize the opportunities for the small business sector in our economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makwe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think what is very exciting on our side, as we were rationalizing the programs that we have, we decided that one of the programs that we need to have would be the one of SMME Cooperatives Design and Support Program, which also must have a research element, so that when we begin to develop exactly the strategy that you are talking about, it is also informed by empirical evidence. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we also have decided that we need to go into partnership with academic institutions and the private sector to help us in the development of these strategies that we are talking about. And we're looking at the fact that we do not have enough resources. However, there are resources that are sitting either in the private sector or in these institutions. To that effect, we have had meetings with the Gordon's Institute of Business, UNISA, including here the University of Western Cape. We have sat down with them to say, how can we be able to assist each other so that we develop programs, or not programs necessarily, but to develop strategies that can be able to respond. The issue of human resource, obviously, we believe that it's not a problem of just the Department of Small Business Development alone. It is a general problem that the country is facing. What I think is important here is the fact that small and medium enterprises, we see the opportunities even within the different departments of government. That is why, for instance, when a Minister of Public Works was responding to these whole issues of cutting here, cutting there, the fact of the matter is that many of the black suppliers have now found themselves in a space where they are no longer supplying what they used to supply in government. And it's almost like cutting our noses to spite our faces, even though we do understand that we are in a financial constraint, but we still do believe that SMMEs are going to find themselves being shortchanged if this space is being closed for them. So I think also the issue when I said there must be coordination between the three spheres of government, we believe there's sometimes a lot of wastage in between when there is no proper coordination. And I believe with coordination, we'll be able to make sure that the strategies and the programs are aligned at all three spheres of government. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was your last question. And thank you so much for your detailed response. The Honorable Member Julius was very late to raise his hand. You did not raise your hand, and then now I have already thanked the Minister, and now you're asking, you're raising your hand. I've been looking, Honorable Julius. And that, okay. All right.
On a point of order,
Honorable
Chair.
members.
Immediately after the response.
Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable Julius, I did not give you a chance to speak, Papa. You just stand up and take the mic. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Point of order. Okay.
Thank you. Good luck. So Honorable Minister Zulu, please take your seat, ma'am. My apology. The Honorable Julius want to raise a point of order. I don't know whether it's on the Minister or on who. Tell us, sir.
You will soon know. But what I'm trying to say is, immediately after the response of the obvious follow-up question from Honorable Makua, because it's his question, and then I raised my hand. I mean, it would do no harm to take one more question.
Okay, thank you. Take your seat, Honorable Julius. Honorable Julius, you know very well that you were late. Immediately I say to the Honorable Minister, thank you very much, because that was your last question. You then think of raising your hand. And if I can allow you, even tomorrow you're going to repeat that. My apology, Honorable Julius, the ruling stand. Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Order, honorable members. We were supposed to then now tackle question 279, but there was an interdepartmental transfer of the question asked by the Honorable Lund. The question has been transferred to the Minister of Finance. So, Honorable Isaac, I see you. So the other thing, honorable members, Honorable 253, we're not going to allow it to be responded in the House because the Honorable Vauda is not here and there was no arrangement. I don't know what is the excitement today. People are so excited. They don't even want to listen. Order, honorable members. So we are now going to move to question 255 asked by the Honorable GM Manopule to the Minister. Before I can allow you, Honorable Minister, I see the Honorable Isaac is standing. What is the problem, Honorable Isaac? Why are you on your feet?
Chairperson, with due respect, I mean, you're in control, as I said earlier. But in the spirit of democracy, I would ask you to apply your mind and allow the members to interrogate and engage the minister so that South Africans out there can hear what they have to say. Why are you shutting down? Why, Honorable Chairperson, are you shutting down so diplomatically the engagement with the ministers? And please be honest. Thank you.
Let me be honest with you, Honorable Isaac. That is not a point of order. Honorable Nesi, continue. Oh. Now is Honorable Kaola. Why are you on your feet, Honorable Kaola?
On a point of order, Honorable.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Mutashuping, Honorable Lond. Please, let's give the Honorable Kaola a hearing. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson, what has happened to Honorable Julius really can happen to all of us. So maybe the Chairperson needs to clarify to us when is the right time to put up your hand, because Honorable Julius put up his hand as soon as the minister finished, which is, I think, the right thing to do. But now the Honorable Chair has ruled.
Order, okay,
the
okay.
Honorable Chair,
Allow the Honorable Kaola to finish what he's saying.
because the Honorable Chair
members.
has ruled, we cannot go back there. But then, when is then the right time?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Kaola, for that question. The right time is how you normally do it. When there's a follow-up question, I'm responding to you now, you're standing up. Yes. How we normally do it, how the Honorable Julius normally raises his hand, that's how we have to do that. The Honorable Makua raised his hand, and I tried to check, there was no one who was raising his hand. But immediately after the Honorable Minister finished, I also looked around, but when I was saying thank you, then he decided to raise his hand. I am here, I'm seeing all of you. Thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, on behalf of the Minister of Transport and the Deputy Minister, who are both outside the country, the response to this question, because we're working together in the IMC and the infrastructure, Prasa has indeed quantified its liability in respect of the commuter injury claims and as required by the accounting standards, and these are disclosed annually in the financial statements or annual financial statement. Note 16 on page 86 of the 2014 financial statements reflects a provision of 197,108,000 for the year ending 2015 up to 162,823 in 2014. So in terms of the measures taken to strengthen the rail passenger safety, Prasa has embarked on the various safety management and intervention programs to turn around and improve the provision of our service. With regards to rail infrastructure, various rehabilitation programs are underway to specifically address the realignment of the track and the pathway signaling, telecoms, and other electrical equipment. As for the rolling stock, the business has put in place the intervention program to aggressively attend to the asset conditioning as part of the maintenance program. Accordingly, the upgrade of the depot machinery and equipment, as well as the components refurbishment and the upgrading of the train radios, feature prominently in this particular program. And the Prasa rail measures to strengthen the passenger safety, the operational risk management. Prasa rail manages risks through detailed risk registers and risk committees in each of the operating regions, as well as in all the departments dealing with the train activities, operations, engineering, and projects. On the government management, the Board of Control of Prasa oversees the safety and environmental strategies and practices through the quarterly safety, health, and environment committees, that is the SHACS meetings. On operational safety management, Prasa Rail manages operational safety through the safety management system, coordinated by a dedicated nominated manager as required by the Rail Safety Act. So this SMS is a requirement of the operating permit issued by the Rail Safety Regulator. The SMS includes the regular operational safety meetings, monitoring of the safety standards, practices, strategies, and interventions, compliance for operating safety permits, and interaction with the various RSR, the safety interface agreements with Transnet and all external parties involved in the operational environment, which are the contractors, the suppliers, and the third parties. On the safety system, It covers the following management areas: the risk management, the risk assessment management, railway safety, occurrence management, safety policy statements, safety procedures, human factor management, that's testing, training, and even medical surveillance. So train working environment and general operating instructions of Prasa manages these safety operational rules and operating instructions through the updated the TWR and the GI for all operating conditions, refresher training, and regular safety campaigns. On the rail modernization, which is the last point, and technology induction, Prasa's modernization program includes upgrading of the signaling, new trains, and communication systems with the state-of-the-art applications. So the signaling modernization includes replacing old and obsolete signaling with modern automated signals and controls, while the new trains specifications include future migration to automated train protections with the full modernization of the signal system. So the Prasa modernization program also includes the full protection of the corridors with corridor financing or fencing and whaling and technology, the CCTV applications to protect the rail operational environment from illegal trespassing and the dangerous behavior. So in short—
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
In short, we are modernizing as government in relation to this area of safety.
Thank you. Honorable Manupule, do you have a follow-up question?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the comprehensive response to that. Indeed, I see that there are measures in place to address the safety features. Mine is with regards to I'm taking a risk. I know that the Minister is acting, but I think that we are, will be able to respond to that. Taking into consideration that there are measures like risk assessment management and safety management plans in place. So the other factors that how do the relationship of department with the stakeholders, but also the community with regards to campaigns to raise it to the community about theft of the cables, which is affecting the communication, because of you can upgrade the system, but the issues of the cable theft, if it's not raised to the community at the level that just want to check whether our programs, these measures that in place will include the campaigns going to the community to raise an awareness, to assist and work with the subs, and also work with ESCOM with regards to cable theft, to raise an awareness how it's important that community must also ensure that they assist and work with subs and also with ESCOM to be able to ensure that for them, if you are not, this cable theft is ongoing, it will also affect them. Safety is also going to affect them, the convenience of going to work. So how it's also important for them to play a role in this. I just want to find that the campaign is rolling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manupule. Honorable Minister.
This has been a very hot issue, not just in relation to the Department of Transport, but even in the whole PICC when we're discussing the infrastructure. The damage it has done. In fact, it's cable theft is tantamount to sabotage. It's tantamount to sabotage. Now, it cannot just be an issue of government dealing with it legally. It's clear that it should be a matter which is going to need the various stakeholders, which needs business, which needs the communities and so on. That is why we were saying with business, we must be able to identify, even in terms of the legislation which was introduced by Minister Patel. We were saying, kill the market where this is being sold. Because the market, it's mainly going overseas. and going through our own ports. And we were saying, therefore, so a multi-pronged strategy to deal with this particular matter, but also conscientizing our communities, the danger this is doing in destroying our communities. But indeed, there are programs where we're trying to interact with the communities. It's just that the details we've not been able to have them here. But I think those can still be supplied by the department, but it's a very, very important comment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Hatton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, we were in the previous minister took us into the 1800s earlier today. The first major railway accident in South Africa happened on the 19th of February 1896. Massive explosion with a dynamite train. Unfortunately, the minister is not here, but I think he would have loved to hear that. I would like to know, in view of the increasing number of rail accidents and serious rail accidents, whether the responsible minister will consider the appointment of external independent investigators to investigate rail incidents, rail accidents. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Consultants, no. We, obviously, within the departmental structures, within government, you will always have the expertise to do that. But if the expertise are not there, you automatically go outside. That's logical. If needs be, you need expertise from outside. You don't have inside to do the investigations. You will follow that. But it can't just be predetermined that you will always rely on the people outside. So it depends on the capacity and even on the scale of a problem at that particular moment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is, what is the plan of the department in terms of extending the rail passenger transport, looking at the various accidents that are happening? Lastly, there was a DMJ accident. That week, there was the Translax accident. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
It's a fact that in our roads, we're faced with a lot of congestion. Congestion in relation to both normal passenger cars and even goods trucks. I think we have a lot of them. And hence we have such a congestion. And the issue of expanding e-rail, it's within that particular context. You might know that there has been some agreement with some of the countries to look into this particular question, those who have been specializing in this particular area. And there are agreements with various countries like China, but they've not yet been taken to the operational level. There are still going to be further discussions at departmental level to look at the real strategy of expansion in relation to the rail. But clearly in the plans of the department, long-term planning, there is the thinking along this particular route. There are already particular areas which I would not be able to remember now, which have already been earmarked that they should first be considered for this. For instance, one of them, and I think it relates to some question which is coming, there's been this issue about the debate of the Moloto corridor, the issue of the expanding the road, but
as an add-on, the issue of a rail between Moloto and Pretoria, where there's very, very heavy traffic. So there are those issues which maybe I can request the ministry to do some submissions in terms of the detailed plans if they are there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now on question 249, asked by the Honorable Member Faber. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
249.
Yes.
These are the reasons for awarding a certain company. Okay.
Yes.
And the reasons for that, the supply chain or the supply management policy, what you call the SCM policy of Prasa, allows for the procuring of the services through the confinement where the needs of the business preclude the use of a competitive bidding process. The reasons that were provided for the confinement was that the nature of the security service required necessitates the application of a need-to-know principle, and that an open tender process will defeat the whole purpose of undercover operations, and that it was prudent that the company recommended be appointed on a confinement due to the sensitive nature of the surreptitious security operations which were to be provided. Although this reasoning was accepted by the Group Executive Officer, it was not provided for in the SCM policy relied upon when the confinement was approved. And this is one of the contracts that are subject to the investigation that were recommended by the Public Protector in her report titled Derailed. And in terms of paying the 30 million upfront for the project that was put on hold, the upfront payment that was paid on the 25th of April 2015 is the amount of 4,680,425.63 cents. This amount was for the following items of the agreement that was signed on the 18th May 2015: team mobilization and project initiation, orientation of the team on security challenges, Prasa corporate plan, Prasa operational environment, modernization, ICT, security challenges, security constraints, scope, scale, and definition, systems, requirement, and data restructuring, Prasa security strategy review, review of the physical standards and guidelines, review of the security operations procedures. So the outcome of the investigation underway will inform Prasa on how to proceed with this particular contract. On the second part of the question, whether the department has taken any actions following the Public Protector's findings, the minister was made aware of the allegations of maladministration relating to the financial mismanagement, to the tender irregularities and irregular appointments in July 2015, when the Office of the Auditor General released its report, dated 31st July 2015. This was before the Public Protector's report was finalized. So the minister, in her capacity as a shareholder on behalf of government, has considered the report of the Auditor General and engaged the Board of Control of Prasa on the issues raised in the report. So the Board of Prasa resolved to institute a forensic investigation on various issues of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred by Prasa and all irregular and unlawful activities related thereto. This scope was naturally enhanced by the findings in the derailed report. So the workmen's attorneys conducted the forensic investigation as part of the remedial actions, and National Treasurer was instructed through the Office of the Chief Procurement Office to assist in the investigation on the matter of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. On other matters, or other matters are being reviewed by Prasa internal audit department where the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is less than 10 million. So the outcome of the forensic audit is in the process of being implemented as some disciplinary steps are conducted against certain officials who are found to have committed the transgression.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Faber, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairperson, unfortunately, I did not read the whole 355 pages of state capture yet, as most probably I will be able to read something into that as well. But I think the answers that I got from the Minister is not exactly what I was looking for, as I wanted to know what the Minister would do, as it was very clear by the Public Protector that the Public Finance Management Act was broken, it was breached. So I want to know, it's easy to come and say here that there's investigations. The Public Protector said clearly that this was wrong. I want to know, Minister, what are you going to do about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Faber. Honorable Minister.
You see, Honorable Member, if there are a number of investigations, it is proper that you allow everything to be available so that you don't deal with the issues in a piecemeal fashion. That's the logic. But listen to this one. The minister has said some of the issues are coming from that particular report. Some of the issues have been referred to the board. And remember, boards have fiduciary duties. The minister doesn't just jump the board. The minister is not operational. The board, all it does is the oversight and demand that certain actions must be implemented. And it's very clear from the answer which has been given that there are processes which have been put in place. If there are people who have to answer, they must answer. And people being charged, put into disciplinary questions, they are being put into those processes. But the minister must be patient and wait for those who are charged to do that. For that matter, even the board doesn't just charge. The board relies on the operational staff, which is the chief executive. Because we must be very careful. You see, the mistake which some of us have made is to rush things. Even when we have facts, you end up losing on procedural, what you call issues. Because you must know one thing. The Labor Relations Act, I'm talking as a practitioner for almost more than 20 years, as a trade unionist. In many instances, I can tell you, we won cases against government because they were rushing, even where our members were wrong, because on procedures, they were found to be wanting, although they had a very strong case. So we must follow those procedures, not in a rush, follow the procedures, and that's what the minister is talking about here. Not that he has neglected what has been, in fact, what has been recommended by the public protector is being followed, but refer it to the appropriate structures to act.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Madam Chair, thank you. Honourable Minister, your comment was noted. However, one must remember that Prasa is a state-owned entity. A state-owned entity is funded by taxpayers' money. And the Public Finance Management Act is very, very clear. It says that a confinement or unsolicited bid can only be awarded under very, very specific circumstances. One of them is if it's an emergency. Another one is if it's a unique product which nobody else holds, and if there's a lack of competitors. The Public Finance Management Act says nothing about a need-to-know contract. So if we go on the Public Finance Management Act, which I can assume is correct and which I can assume is valid, then Prasa has certainly defrauded millions from taxpayers. Now, the Public Protector was very, very clear in her comments and her recommendations. And she said that she gave a damning report on Prasa, on its financial affairs, and routinely breaking the Public Financial Management Act. And her recommendation was that all contracts, every single contract of Prasa has to be investigated. So my question to you, Honourable Minister, is, has that been done? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. Honourable Minister. Order, Honourable members. Order. Allow the Minister to respond.
Prasa is a state-owned entity funded by the taxpayers' money. But who has denied that? Who has denied that? No one has denied that. In fact, the question which you are asking is the same question which was asked by the previous colleague. But you're trying to put it in a different way to say, and I'm still saying, the minister who has in the oversight will instruct the appropriate structures. The minister would not jump those structures. If the minister is doing that, is interfering, and it's funny because it has always been the DA telling ministers who are interfering in this and that, not respecting what is in the legislation. According to this legislation, the board is responsible. And the minister, I've said in my response initially, the minister has instructed the board on all the various issues which have been raised. It's as simple as that. The minister has instructed them, he gives them time, he expects a response by a particular time.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We are on question 256, asked by the Honourable Ntebe. The question is on what progress has South Africa made in expanding investment in rail infrastructure and services.
Well, in addressing the decades of underinvestment in the commuter rail infrastructure, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, that's Prasa, has embarked on a significant capital investment program focused on the modernization of the infrastructure and the rolling stock. Over the next 10 years, Prasa will be investing in excess of 170 billion in the capital investment program. And Prasa aims to position passenger rail transport as the backbone and the mode of choice for public transport in South Africa. This strategy is carried through the implementation of the capital investment program, which includes infrastructure, the rolling stock development and modernization. The implementation thereof is through some of the following programs: the signaling and telecommunications, modernization of the rolling stock and infrastructure, new train acquisitions, station modernization, depot modernization, station upgrades and improvements. It's because we have an understanding is that, and I think it links to the question which was asked by the honorable member from the DA as a follow-up in the previous one. Because more than 2 million passengers are transported daily by Prasa. And the reality is that the expectation of the consistent and quality service by these passengers will remain, or still remains, a challenge in most corridors, as most infrastructure revitalization projects, they are multi-year and these are mega projects. They are not just annual small project. This is a mega project needing a lot of planning and a lot of technical planning for that particular matter. So there is a plan by the Department of Transport through Prasa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntebe, do you have a follow-up question?
No, Chair. I think there's an appreciation from the Minister's response that we cannot begin to deal with the economic growth without rail infrastructure that is so needed, but also to remove the burden that is placed on our roads by freight, Honorable Minister. We are quite, I'm quite happy because I know that Transnet and Prasa are beginning to build a lot of skills revolution and infrastructure in your Goodsport center where massive trains are being manufactured internally, local content has been done, beneficiation. So from where we're sitting, we think that we are coming closer to re-engineering what was done over the years by the 1986 De Villiers Commission. We thank you so much for your response.
That was not a question, it was a comment. Thank you very much. We move over to question 275, asked by the Honorable Kaula. Question 275. Whether the minister will provide an update on a department's taxi recapitalization program. If not, why not? Thank you.
Oh, it's 275.
Next time.
Kancinci Baba Kaula.
Is that the national transport infrastructure?
No.
No. I'm confusing my papers. Sorry. You're not supposed to be on the floor. It's 275.
Yes.
Where's my 275? I had it. Relax, Honorable Julius. Oh, it's here. It's here. Oh, it's gone. It's here, madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You may respond. Honorable Julius is not in the house.
Yeah, it's here.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Julius is not in the house.
No. Chairperson, the taxi recapitalization program called the TRP, it's a cabinet-approved program that assists taxi owners with the replacement of the old unsafe taxi vehicles, replacing them with the new and safety compliant vehicles. The taxi owners voluntarily submit their old vehicles for scrapping and receive an amount of just over 82,000 as an incentive to scrap, which also assists with providing deposit for the purchase of the new vehicle. They also have the option of scrapping and exiting the industry, in which case they are required to cede the applicable operating licenses back to the government. So the program has been under implementation since 2006 and was initially approved for a period of 7 years. Cabinet later approved the program to continue until every old taxi vehicle has been scrapped. So taxi scrapping has been instrumental in achieving the objectives of this taxi recapitalization program, which are to improve the commuter safety and make South Africa roads safer through the upgrade of the taxi fleet. So the program has also recently undergone a review process to assess the performance so far and to also look at the ways of improving the rate of uptake by the industry. And the findings of this review, which are currently undergoing a consultation process, will be presented to Cabinet with the recommendations before the end of the current financial year, which is 2016-17. The TRP is approved process applications for old minibus vehicles or vehicles that went through a legal and approved conversion process before the cutoff date of the 4th September 2006. Any illegally converted vehicle vans are not allowed to operate on our roads, and law enforcement is required to remove such vehicles and their operating licenses confiscated. So the program has scrapped 66,949 old taxi vehicles, and as at the 30th September 2016. And the value of scrapping allowances paid per province from inception, that is to 30th September 2016, is as follows. Eastern Cape, 8,180 at 467 million. Free State, 5,158 at 292 million. Gauteng, 14,762 at 870 million. KwaZulu-Natal, 7,702 at 460 million. Limpopo, 7,688 at 429 million. Mpumalanga, 8,330, 493. Northern Cape, 680 at 36 million. And then Northwest, 7,451 at 418 million. Western Cape, 6,998 at 439. And the total, it's about 66,949, which is 3.9 billion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaola, a follow-up question.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo, ngiyathokoza mhlonishwa. Like the minister is saying, I want to agree it was a noble objective to ensure that we try to keep our roads safe. But now, so that the government does not continue spending and putting into a bottomless pit, what measures are there to ensure that we don't have vehicles getting paid for more than once, which is tantamount to corruption? And to also say, did the government at the beginning of the program ensure that there's an audit of saying how many of these vehicles do we have in the country?
Order, sir.
So that when you reach the ceiling,
I want to check. Okay, it's not a point of order, you are standing, all right.
So that when you reach the end point, you know even before somebody can tell you that you have paid for all the removal of these unneeded vehicles on our roads. Did we have measures like that in place so that, don't keep on spending endlessly? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mhlonishwa uKhawula. Kule ndaba ke yomageza ngale moto zawo. Siyabazi ke thina omageza ngisho. The ministry has been able to put measures and ways of auditing this particular information. But the reality is that there will always be things which are just falling through, despite the measures which you might have put in place. But because I'm not in the department, I might request the department to come up with that information to your satisfaction so that you can be able to assess that, including the total number of the vehicles in the country which are there. And remember, that is always a moving target. It's very difficult to be exact about that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now moving to the last question. Question 254, asked by the Honorable Makue. And the question reads that whether the department will provide plans and time frames for the completion. You saw it, Honorable Minister.
No.
Okay, thank you. You may continue. Question 254.
Yes. This matter, Honorable Chairperson, we've been battling with this matter at the level of the PICC. Well, the Mpumalanga and the Limpopo provinces sections of the Moloto Road was incorporated into Sandral, that Sandral managed network, on the 29th of July. And these were the sections in the province of Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Gauteng province has elected to retain their portion of the R573 as a provincial road, not to transfer this to the national road network managed by Sandral. And Gauteng province and Sandral have signed an agreement in November 2015 where Sandral will project manage the project in the construction of behalf of the province. So the upgrading or the capacity and safety improvement, as well as the reduction of the number of the intersection construction of the services roads, will take a total period of 8 to 10 years. That's 2016 to 2025, with most of the work done in the period 2017 to 2022. So the number of the projects to improve Moloto Road will be approximately 12 projects. So the improvement of the service of the roads and related work will be 15 projects, and the number of the projects may vary and are dependent on the various factors that include the funding available, environmental authorization, and permits, timing, and impacts. And I must explain this part, Chairperson and honorable members. With the current economic challenges, the economy not growing, remember that even the purse is shrinking. But the issue now of funding of this project becomes an issue. But I think government has taken, is biting the bullet to say investment in the infrastructure is necessary, despite the constraints, because when you are investing on the infrastructure, you are expecting returns. In fact, we are trying to stimulate the economy. So in the area of the infrastructure, we are biting the bullet despite the constraints we are having. So in summary, the progress to date is as follows. The commencement of the designs in Gauteng, it's August 2017. In Limpopo, it's February 2016. March in Mpumalanga, March 2016. The commencement of the environmental issues assessments, April 2016 in Gauteng, April 2016, all of them it's April. The construction works, which have not started yet, are estimated to start in 2017, first package and so on in almost all then routine road maintenance, we're expecting to start it started in August 2015. So, well, there are such certain challenges that the expectations of opportunities from local labor and local business, but the reality is that the projects will not be able to provide opportunities for all. But remember, you're dealing with the rural areas. Once there's a project, there's big expectations. That's why the issue of facilitation, community facilitation, is very important. It's not just technical work. Other people think that it's technical work. Those who are coming from the Eastern Cape will tell you that some of our projects came to a halt because people were fighting to say, why are you giving those people, not neglecting the people from the localities, even in terms of the tenders? A project had to come to a standstill for about 3 to 4, 5 months. So the issue of social facilitation becomes very important. And also the timeless environmental regulatory permits from the various competent authorities. Remember here, you're talking provinces and national, not just province. And those are different, what you call authorities. Also, one challenge, encroachment of development onto the road reserve, especially in the informal and illegal traders, as well as some residential dwellings. You know, there's a new feature now. When people hear that something is going to happen there, they quickly occupy there, because they come and say, we must be bought by government, big monies. Big money. So that's why the issue of social facilitation is very, and land acquisition for additional land required to expand the road is very important. That's why, Chairperson, the expropriation bill is very important. Those who are objecting to the expropriation bill must know that they are objecting to development for the rural people. It's nice to sit here and object, but our people want development because we want land, we want to expropriate it for development, not for ourselves. If we want to build a road, we want to put the electric pylons, we must get the land. We can't negotiate forever with the people besibiza inhloko train for umhlaba omningi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Makua, follow-up question.
Chairperson, I welcome very much the response and note that the matter is complex. I would therefore hold on to the prerogative to raise this matter further with the Department of Transport because I serve on the select committee to which they report to. But I thank the Minister for at least enabling me to understand the complexity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makua. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Madam Chair, thank you. Honorable Minister, thank you for that very brave effort in trying to explain the Moloto Road. It is the second biggest road with the biggest amount of volume in this country, except for the N1. And it is also considered the most dangerous road in South Africa. It transports people from the previous Kwandebele area to Pretoria. We're looking at around about 150,000 transporters per day, and over 600 buses that travel that road. It's a narrow road, it's a dangerous road, and it's full of potholes. Can I be protected, Chair, please? I live in that area.
Honorable Mtimye, order. You are protected, Honorable Engelbrecht.
The amount of people that have been killed are absolutely disastrous, shocking, and the amount of people with long-term disabilities is absolutely horrendous with a huge cost to the environment and the economy. Now, it has taken this government 13 years. The very first feasibility study was done in 2003. So it's taken this government 13 years of empty promises to sign an agreement.
Order, Honorable Mtimye, order. Continue, Honorable Engelbrecht. Put your question.
To sign an agreement with China Communication Construction Company.
Order. Honorable Jihad.
So the government has signed an agreement with China Communications Construction Company for this massive project. We're looking at around about 38 billion rand, currently estimated value, which would probably increase. Now, you are absolutely right, Honourable Minister. Our country needs economy. We need investment in local development. The tragedy is that this contract has now been signed with the Asian Dragon. And it's been known, and it's well documented, that the Asian companies employ their own people, use their own suppliers, and it's a resultant negative capital outflow. And it's been shown that there's a negative impact on the local trade and commerce, and that the South African labour will not benefit.
Please put your question.
The question to you, therefore, Minister, is What is the extent of the economic deal with this Chinese company, and how will they benefit, and how much will they benefit from this deal, which should be coming to the local South African economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Well, South Africa has signed a number of bilaterals with different countries. But whenever we go into those agreements, we make sure that we do not compromise ourselves as a country. There is no way that we will allow foreign labor in whatever project with whatever company to be exported when we do have labor here. We will negotiate. It will only be where we do not have expertise. And our approach is simple. We must talk about bringing those people in order to transfer the skills. And once skills have been transferred with our people, we continue with our people doing that. But there's one reality. We're not an island. We must benefit from the technologies of the other countries. You see, my problem is one. I don't know whether this thing is ideological or what. You talk China, people scream. You talk the United States, you talk Britain, people do not scream. What informs it? No, we're not hypocrites. When you talk the United States, when you talk Europe, people do not scream. You talk China, people scream. What we are saying, whoever we are entering into any arrangement, whoever we are entering into, our national interest comes first. So we will make sure that in whatever agreement, we are able to secure our national interest.
Order, honorable members, Honorable Julius, Honorable Jihad, honorable members, Honorable Pastor, Honorable Reverend, Honorable Zwane, order. Honorable Khai, order members. Allow the minister to finish.
The problem, Chairperson, is that people ask questions, you respect them, you listen to them. When you have to respond, because truth is painful, they start screaming at you. That's the problem with Honorable Julius is having. But that is my response, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Order, honorable members. Order, Honorable Julius, order. Order, Honorable Julius, order. Honorable members, allow me, Honorable Kaola. I don't know what is the excitement today. Allow me, Honorable Member, please give me a hearing. Give me a hearing. Thank you very much for that. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for availing yourself into this house. That was the last question. You have done yourself. We had the details, and we are very much thankful. And I will encourage the honorable members to continue with their genuine questions, because our honorable ministers have the inside of everything in their department. Thank you so much. I would also want to thank the ministers that availed themselves earlier on. And I would also want to thank the honorable members, those who were drowning the minister, and the other honorable members. Thank you very much. You kept the house alive, and that is democracy. Now, I'm going to ask you, the honorable members, to remain standing as the procession left the house. This house is adjourned.